Okay, so I'm calling the meeting to order. I'm gonna ask that everybody introduce themselves now that we have the visual. So I am Guido Brown, I am the chair.
Frederick Brookhouse, Vice Chair.
County Board Supervisor Aaron Decker, District 22.
Dave Gertson, County Board Supervisor, 15 committee member.
Julia Robinson, County Board Supervisor, District 5.
Kenzie Mauer, Youth and Governance.
Jennifer Crescent, Youth and Governance.
Camille Carlson, Positive Youth Development Educator. Savannah Myers, a Community Development Educator for UW Extension.
Pam Larson, Area Extension Director.
And Jillian Frieders, I'm Food-Wise Teaching Coordinator of the Extension. Thank you. And Eric Meadows is excused and Aaron Carroll is present. All right, thank you. Tell us about the notice for tonight's meeting.
Yep, everything has been noticed as required.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, we have a presentation from our Food-Wise Teaching Coordinator, Lillian, and so I will turn over the floor to her for her presentation.
All right. So you want me to put my individual screen, like my camera or not? Or with this, we're good? Yeah. Like within the call?
Within the call, I think for streaming, well, no, they're gonna show you on screen, so you can just share your screen and you should be fine.
All right.
If you disappear,
Sounds good. All right. Oops, I'm at the end of my presentation. Second. All right. Let's try that again. All right, so as I said when I introduced myself, I'm with the Food-Wise program. So Food-Wise is part of UW. Is this going to show up? Okay. Food-Wise present in all counties in Wisconsin. We're part of Extension, but as you see, we're also just slightly different. These are just a few images from programming of ours in the last couple of years. So we are federally funded. That's kind of our main difference from much of the rest of UW Madison Extension's programming. So we are funded under the FNEP and the SNAP grants. SNAP being what many people colloquially call food stamps. So SNAP-Ed and FNEP are our two funding sources. And so naturally we engage with people with limited incomes. So around the county, we work with, like WIC clinic and Head Start programs. We go to shelters and food pantries and many, many schools. All sorts of, with many different partner organizations in the community. So we use learner-centered approaches because we work with like all ages and stages. Varies significantly what we do, from one program to another. So we work with, like I mentioned earlier, Head Start kiddos, as well as their parents. But if we, sometimes working with 3-year-olds, and sometimes we do, strength training with, we have a few 90-year-olds. So a wide range of folks, mostly focusing on nutrition, some budgeting, some cooking skills, and like I said, a little, one program, a little bit of like strength training. So our programs are evidence-based and we leverage those university resources here in Kenosha. So I was just going to talk about 3 programs that we are doing with youth this summer. So each month when you guys are here, we give like super brief updates. We're here with this many folks or whatever, but so that I'd share just a little bit more of what we're actually doing. So some of our summer 2024 youth programming in Kenosha currently involves these 3 programs. So we, for many years now, have worked with the YMCA and the Kenosha Parks Alliance in their summer programming. My colleague, veteran educator, Fabiola, I don't know, she's over 20 years that she's been doing nutrition education, bilingual nutrition education here in Kenosha. She took on working with about 25 like first to third graders that signed up for this Y summer program. First couple weeks that she worked with them, they were at Columbus Park, and then they shifted to Frank Elementary. And like I said, we've done it for many years with them. In the last couple of years, they mentioned that they would like perhaps like a sort of a gardening, aspect of it, or a little bit, they'd like to work in gardening curriculum. And so she got looking at what we can offer, and one specific program, this one called Growing Healthy Kids, seemed perfect because at the last minute, the partner came back and was like, actually, the hands-on gardening part will be challenged. Like it probably is not going to happen. So this Growing Healthy Kids was a curriculum that was adapted during COVID to give kids gardening knowledge and skills without having, hands-on experience. So she was able to take that and kind of run with it. She met with the kids either at the park or Frank Elementary for about 6 weeks, or for 6 weeks, for about 75 minutes each time. And it was super interactive. I got to observe just once, I think, but kids are up and doing things, lots of different types of activities. They have a plant part song that they get up and do to start off the class. They learned about, each week was a focus on a different plant part. They used their imagination. They created a mural. So this is the part that, since they didn't have an actual garden to work with hands on, they created a mural of one. And I have a couple of pictures on the next slide that they just added to each week. And then at the end of their time together, they would prepare some food that, focus on that plant part, and they tasted it. And there's really a focus on, I think they call them food explorers. And so they focus not just on the taste of the food, but we try to do this with all of our young ones, especially, but, what does it look like? What does it smell like? What is it, can you hear anything? Just trying to use all the senses and stuff to learn about the food and to give it a try and stuff. So you can kind of see, we don't have the best pictures of them, but how their mural evolved, and as they learned about a new plant part got added to it. And it was a great group. It was a lot of fun. The kids were super engaged when I observed. So these are just, so the lesson topics and the foods that they prepared. So like a carrot jicama orange salad, lots of fruits and vegetables, obviously. And one little boy even said that dinosaur kale is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. So it's always fun when they also do like the food that they've just, learned about and explored and whatnot, but it doesn't always happen. But so that was one great program that happened this summer. It did just finish up recently. And then we have some older youth that we worked with. So, and also with the YMCA, we worked with their Teen Achievers, another program that we've done for a number of years, many years. There were about 13 teens that were in this program this summer that we worked with. They held it in the Orboletti Center in Lincoln Park. And it was in afternoons. My colleague Rebecca it's called Show Me Nutrition. And, as we go through the different age and stages, a lot of our information is the same, but presented differently, or, just geared to the age and what they can do with that information. So there's kind of a nutrition topic at the beginning that they started with indoors, then they got them outside, kind of got them up and moving and doing an activity related to the topic, but just to get some wiggles out or whatever. And then they went back inside and also prepared some kind of simple but tasty, healthy snacks. I don't believe there's any cooking. I think it was all just more assembling of snack things. There's like a fruit kebab that they made one time. You can also see just from the topics and the activities and whatnot, since they're teens, they're older, they can, handle more in-depth information, like, more food safety topics, although the little kids, you might focus really well on washing hands, but we almost always complement our topics with physical activities. There's always talking about it and the importance of it, and also just getting up and doing it too. Because they're teens, they might have some, money that they can spend. So we talk about smart shopping, grocery shopping, or how to spend your money eating out and, what to eat for, things like that. So, again, some food prep at the end and trying to get them to try new things and see what they think of it. And our last one, which is actually going on currently, I think I did lesson 4 out of the 6 so far, just today. So this is one that I personally am doing. It's with the Kenosha Human Development Services Independent Living or Aftercare program. So teens and young adults that are either recently aged out of foster care or are very soon going to. And so there are about 12 or so young adults that I'm working with there. We're doing a curriculum called Teen Cuisine. So nutrition and a lot of hands-on cooking is what we are doing there. Again, 6 weeks. Most of our series are 6 weeks long, about an hour and a half each time I meet with them. There's always a main nutrition topic, a main food safety topic, and then hands-on food prep. Those are the main things. We do talk a little bit about physical activity as well, and sometimes other topics get in there as well, but those are every time I meet, there's always nutrition, food safety, and hands-on food prep. And there was a little, and it's always a challenge for us to get pictures of the kids we work with and their, consent form signed. So we often have pictures of the food. So this is an omelet that that a couple of kids made, or teens, young adults made last week. And again, just kind of a list of topics and subject areas. Again, since these are even older youth, a lot of knife skills, how to carefully and safely handle it, how to, hold your hands, lots of practice doing that, things like that. How to read food labels and, what do adequate portions look like, things like that. One that's always kind of an eye-opener is measuring sugar in common, beverages and things that youth and adults, for that matter, like to drink. So yes, these are the things we've done and prepared so far. We're at week 4. We just did Find the Fat today, and we've got a couple weeks left, but it's a really great group. They seem really engaged, and with teens and young adults, there's such a range. Some have prepared foods at home, and some have, used a microwave to warm up some noodles. So it's always fun to see how comfortable they are with it and what they get into. So they've all enjoyed their food so far, and it's a great time with them. So like I said, just a quick little overview of kind of 3 youth groups we've got going this summer. Of course, we're still working with, adults and not so much the preschoolers. That pretty much sticks to the school year, but still working with lots of other folks. I focus on some youth groups for a little bit. That's about it. I don't know if you guys have any questions for me or. Yeah, sure.
So first off, I know some adults could use some illustration.
Yeah.
So how are the youth selected?
Sure. So we always partner with agencies that work with a large population of low-income folks, or which is to say folks that are eligible for SNAP, WIC, or some sort of food assistance. And from there, they like say, we have these teens that we'd like to, you know, have you work with, or we, you know, we have this age group. So it's not that we are selecting them, we're just working with a partner who works with the folks that we're aiming to educate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I piggyback on that? So at the Y, when you're doing the younger kids,
Mhm.
are those kids who are like in their day camp? Or camp or
Yeah,
just, I mean,
it's, yeah,
in
no,
general?
it is, and specifically, like, I know, yeah, this one was the one that specifically is at, and I don't know if they do. I believe they have other programming as well. This is specifically the one that's at Columbus and Frank, and we almost always are at Frank in the summertime. I believe.
So it's part of that park program
Yes.
and then they're running the park program, you're in there.
Yes.
Yeah, that was good.
Sometimes it's been like through Elka or someone else that's running the program at Frank, but like that's one side that we're up in, like, yeah.
So is there, any follow-up after you're done? These young people that you're
Yep.
addressing here, what's the long-term thing that you're trying to achieve here?
Yeah, so we generally, each of our series with whomever tends to be about 6 weeks long. With some adults, it could be up to like 9, but generally it's short-lived, right? Like we only see them for a time. The one thing, so when we're in schools, for instance, many of the schools we go in 2nd grade and we go in 4th grade, and like we see them multiple years to hopefully like reinforce ideas and, you know, because if you hear something once, like more likely to forget it. But at the same time, not only do we try and hit these kids up, you know, like multiple times throughout the years, but we also, whenever we work with youth, we're always hoping at least to work with their parents or their adults as well. So that, because, you know, I mean, as much as we tell an 8-year-old, like eating vegetables is a really good thing, if they're not in control of shopping and, you know, they have no say in what gets brought home, it's not necessarily going to be successful. So we're always trying to also hit the adults in their lives as well. So hopefully that also helps to, you know, help in the long term. But we don't necessarily, like these summer programs, we do see kids that we go into the schools. We also see them in our summertime programs and stuff, but we don't necessarily see the same kids next summer. We may, and we may not. So
So you're doing this in the YMCA kitchen?
no, we have not been in the YMCA at all. It was all out at, like I said, Columbus Park for the first couple of weeks, and for whatever reason, they switched to Frank Elementary for the last few weeks.
So in the education world,
Mhm.
educators are discovering that young people are making decisions about their careers much earlier than than we thought, right? So all the way into 3rd grade, young people are making decisions, thinking about. So to me, some of this could lead to some young person having an interest to be in the food industry, for example. Have you partnered with the Gateway Culinary Department to bring any of their instructors in to get them engaged and maybe even take children on a tour of Gateway?
I don't know that we have, in my tenure with this program. I don't believe we have, but yeah, no, we do always hope that we spark some interest, and I do think we do, at least with like kind of I was not aware that it was starting to say 3rd grade, but I would say like kind of 4th through middle school age. I do think that there's some like that are like, oh, I really kind of like doing this, and when you, you know, hand them a knife and say, we're going to do this and we're going to learn how to do it carefully, some like get a little surprised. Not that we do for 4th graders, we don't, but like middle school to high school, we, you know, say we're gonna learn how to do this safely, and sometimes they're, you know, a little taken back, like, you know, feeling responsible, and yeah.
So I'll add something to that.
Sure.
You're clocking me in my 30 minutes.
That's right.
Right. So I'm a trained teacher.
Okay.
Okay, first off, and my work at Snap-on was in the education market. And we were shocked to learn that we were focused on post-secondary education. We were shocked to find out that high school was an important place to influence young people. And when we got into the high schools and meeting with school superintendents around the country, they brought us all the way down to elementary and showed us how important it was. And we at Snap-on started bringing third graders from KUSD on tours of Snap-on. And it was, these kids were great. And so we were just shocked to learn that we thought, oh, no, it's the gateway, but no, it's happening much earlier. People, particularly young girls are making decisions in third grade about what boys do for a career and what girls do for careers. And that was the biggest surprise for us to learn that it's happening that early. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's interesting.
Any other questions or comments? Well.
Jill, do you cover both Racine and Kenosha County then? Okay,
Mhm. Yeah, part of this.
so then so your time is split between there. What do you see any differences in either community of, level of engagement from, kids or from, I don't want to say institutions, but like different schools or, yeah.
I can't say that I have. Since we're a team of, I think we have 5 educators at the moment. We kind of, like, I live in Kenosha, so I tend to do a little more in Kenosha. And so I have somewhat different audiences, so to speak. Like I do a lot more like preschool, like Head Start and Cheer, whereas, maybe more adults there. And so it's not, I'm kind of comparing apples to oranges, so to speak. But I don't know. I can't say that I have ever noticed. But again, I do more youth here, whereas I do maybe more adults there. Just because of how we, like I said, some of us live here, so we do a little bit, we differently divide up how we do our classes.
So, and I'm trying to remember, I don't remember, over the past couple of years, there were a couple of other folks that came in and presented on Foodwise, and I'm struggling to remember the names of them, but do you still have a pretty cohesive group of folks that are part of the Foodwise or the nutrition educators?
So we're,
It's been with us quite a while.
yeah, Fabiola
Yes, have come here to present.
Nessa's been here. I'm sure the other school, I'm sure rotate through. We're hiring soon for an administrator.
We are.
But otherwise got a team of 6 and most of us have been here for a little while. So, yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering how stable that position was, or things kind of moved around frequently or not, but it sounds like generally speaking, it's a fairly stable program position where you can gain some traction, year over year. I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. No, like I've been here, gosh, I don't know, 7 or 8 years by now. And then, quite a few of us have a number of years here, so. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Jill.
Next up, we have your program focus, right, our educator reports. So Camille, we'll start with you. Camille was out at the fair today, so she can tell you how the fair kicked off.
Yes, I collaborated with 4-H and Savannah helped me with social media, but one fair activity I did was a goose chase. And if you're following the Facebook, but it's like they just do different missions around the fair. So I know like the 4-H kids are like hanging around, have some downtime. So I was like, oh, it'd be fun if they did like mini challenges, like tell a joke to a chicken, like just stuff like that. So they could like win a swag bag. So I could pass this flyer around. So the fair went really well, actually. There was like a steady stream of kids coming up to the extension booth. They really liked the wheel, so to win candy. And I told them about this. And then the Youth as Resources program, one of my goals this year is to really just support the kids in outreach, we have 6 seniors, so it's really important to have board recruitment this upcoming year. Especially since a lot of them were returning members and have like a wealth of knowledge of how things run, especially since I'm new and just started in January. But I shared that they could help table at the extension booth at the fair, and they stepped up to the plate. They made like a grant flyer, which was cool. One of the outreach committee members, so there's like 4 committees on the yard board. He showed up to the fair today and he was like introducing himself to people who came up. He was speaking with parents, so that was really encouraging to see. So I'm really excited for the upcoming yard board year. So he was just sharing about the grant opportunities in October. Yeah, and then BJ got some questions too. So it was a good balance between youth and horticulture. And something else that is coming up, I will be sending emails. I'm short a copy, I'm sorry, but my colleague in Racine is she applied for a grant, and Maria, she applied for a grant on having a youth-led opportunity on disability inclusion for both Racine and Kenosha counties. There's both Racine and Kenosha youth participating on this planning committee, and they're currently developing questions on how we as people who live and work in these communities can just promote inclusion on disability access and yeah, just for all members of differently able bodies in our area. So I will be sending a personal invitation for you guys to come join this event. So it'll just be like a conversation. The youth will be leading it if they're comfortable stepping into the table host role. So really hope to see some county board, YIG representatives there. So that is one thing, YAR. And then for YIG, we had, I believe at the last meeting, I brought up the handbook review process I wanted to introduce to the youth. And at our initial meeting, Juniper was there, and we had about 7 youth in attendance, which was really great. And we have 16 total this year. And they were very eager in sharing their thoughts and opinions on how the handbook could be updated. And we decided on having like 3 structured meetings with like a focus on like the first, second, third part of the books. And they also wanted to do like a casual meetup where they could like read over the handbook together. And that will be this Friday will be the first casual meetup. And then I'll schedule a handbook meeting later. Yeah, those are the main updates currently. But I'm sure, Juniper, you want to add to the YIG handbook?
I mean, I know I was excited about it, because I mean, I use the handbook as also to hold all my notes, which is always fun. But I'm really excited to go through all of it because not only are going to be able to make it easier for people in the future to be able to easily find information that can help them, but also because we're reviewing them, all of the rules and going over stuff, we're going to get to know a lot more of the rules. Like, oh, I didn't know that all of the Robert's Rule of Order. If we want more stuff in there, we're gonna have to research it and put it in. So I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be fun.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the research portion myself. So I think it'll be a good time. And yeah, the youth even expressed like just wanting to get to know each other too. So I thought that was a really positive thing to hear. And yeah, I'm glad they're wonderful.
So if I were to go to the county fair, it goes on how many more days?
It's through Sunday.
Through Sunday. So maybe Friday, if I were to go Friday, based on the things that we talk about, is there any time or any particular event that I should go see? Any recommendations for me?
Like in terms of extension or just the fair in general?
Well, in terms of the extension.
No, I think we just have a table, really. There's no specific.
I know in previous meetings, we've talked about the 4-H contests and things like that. And I brought up some questions about that in the past. Is there any of that going on at 4-H?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of 4-H stuff going on. Like today there was like the cattle weigh-in. There's also like the swine weigh-in. I think tomorrow there's goats. The chickens were brought in today. We were stationed right by the poultry barn. Yeah, so there's a lot of 4-H events. Carolyn's currently there right now. She's working the pizza stand tonight, so she isn't able to join for.
So I think the question is, what is Carolyn's role with those 4-H people or events, or maybe that's probably.
Yeah, she works with the project leaders as far as just making sure any communication of events, but she also will do some check-ins and she really does roam around. It's more that she does spend a day at the table, which will be tomorrow. And so that does give people an opportunity to learn more about 4-H, as well as we have information about 4-H at the table. And so we're there with all of the other county departments, we'll say. And so that's, but Carolyn really does get around, all around the fairgrounds and, you know, checks in with families and that sort of thing. But yet the fair, 4-H is not the fair. Like, we participate, right? We have a lot of youth who are there and a lot of families who go, and yet the fair runs the fair. Like, sometimes there's still confusion and people will think like, oh, 4-H runs the fair, and we don't.
So she wanders around a little bit, checks in. Could I follow? Could I, when she wanders around, maybe I can learn something, I don't know.
I think if you
Look
stop by,
on Friday.
well, and she's there on Friday, so, well, wait, no, that's.
I'll be there on Friday. You
vacation.
can hang out with me as much
Yeah.
as you want.
Okay,
Absolutely, I will
So
be there
Vienna
on Friday.
I'm gonna get your number so I can
I
talk to you.
really feel like Frederick just wants a swag bag.
All right. Have him do the goose
I was
chase.
gonna say, I
Yeah.
still plan on doing the goose chase on Friday, so if you're gonna come hang out with me, yes, you do have to come tell a
That
joke.
sounds like fun.
Gotta learn a joke.
Chicken joke.
If you guys want to, I brought my laptop. You can like see what people have submitted as their submissions for the goose chase. It's like on my administrator end, so I can show you at the end if you are interested. But yeah, there's some fun pictures.
Well, it'd be nice to be showing around it. I guess
Sure,
that's what I'm looking
yeah.
for.
Yeah,
Sounds
I was
like-
gonna say, I'll be there from 10 to 4.
Be happy to
Appreciate
show
it.
you around.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was there last year too, so I might get a little lost, but don't you worry, I do have a map in my purse, so if we get lost, we will be good to go.
Right.
It's just a new adventure.
Right,
Yes, yep,
Yeah.
bring your rain poncho though, I think it's supposed to rain.
Yeah.
So,
Bad.
it's just a storm in the morning.
Right, we have to say that R word
But, oh, I'm so sorry.
till the Monday.
Water may or may not be coming out of the air. Happy Friday. Also, if you want to see Chris Clover, he'll be out and about tomorrow.
Yeah.
He won't be there on
He
Friday.
made an appearance today.
who's that?
Brand new this year. He will be getting a social media post either tonight or tomorrow morning, so we are working on it, and it's in the works.
Which platform are you on?
Any other questions for Camille? Anyone? No. All right. All right, thank you.
Absolutely. So I was gonna say, we've been working a lot with the fair this week too. That's also taken up some of my time. We're really excited about it too, and I know we didn't chat about it as much earlier too, but if you're there at any point, come check out BJ's awesome invasive species kind of area too. He put a lot of really cool work and effort, brand new this year. So Extension has 2 tents. So it's really cool to just kind of look to see some of the stuff that's going on within the county, and a really cool learning opportunity because he does have live specimen kind of in the area too to go check out. And if you're there on Friday, please come say hi. I'd be happy to show around absolutely anybody. Anybody can come participate in the goose chase with me. If we already done the challenge on my phone, we created a video online on Facebook and on Instagram to show you how to download the app and do all that stuff too. So we are really trying to make our mark on social media this year, and I'm hoping it's helping. And then in kind of the community development realm, I am still starting to put out our kind of marketing materials for our small business lunch and learn program. That's going to be at the libraries. I'm waiting until after the fair is over just because we have so much traffic going right now. So about starting the beginning of the month, I'll start promoting that.
We then have our failure in entrepreneurship that did get changed, so we're now looking to about September 17th. I'm working on finalizing our panel, and then I'll be getting that information out too, which will be at 9 a.m. at the Kenosha Creative Space. Once I have those materials out, I would be more than happy to share them. It will be open to anybody who's interested in just learning how our panelists kind of faced failures in their entrepreneurial journey and how it didn't break them, but helped build them into the entrepreneurs they are today. And then we're also working on our entrepreneurial resource page, getting better and stronger every day. Project, I did take some of those suggestions and made sure that those got included since the last opportunity we had to chat about them. I've been meeting with different community partners too, and a lot of our anchor institutions, and it's really been giving me a lot of hope because a lot of them are saying, hey, we need this. We have people who come in who say, I want to start entrepreneurship, thinking that they're going to the right resource and it might not be the best resource for them, but this really good page is going to be a, hey, look, I might not be the resource you need, but here are all the resources you need. So we're really excited to get that resource page into those community anchor institutions' hands. And right now we have set a goal to have that done by the end of October before the holiday, so before Halloween. We're hoping to also have a launching event where we're going to bring in our entrepreneurs and some of those resources in as well to kind of start talking about it. I do go to our bid for downtown outreach and retention committee meetings. So I actually had one of them this morning and I started kind of talking to some of those entrepreneurs about it and the failure in entrepreneurship event, and they all seemed really excited about it. So that is also a really, really great sign. And then one of my other things I'm currently working on is that CABA investor survey. And we currently have about 120 responses for that, and we will be ending it around the end of the month. So that is where we are in the economic development realm.
Any questions for Savannah? Frederick? Go ahead. I'm sure I mean, something. Okay. All right, shocker. All right, thank you, Savannah.
And then food-wise,
Oh.
programming.
Yeah, I guess, I'll try not to repeat anything I already mentioned, but, so my colleague Rebecca is holding a Eating Smart Being Active series in Spanish with parents at the Creative Space, for parents currently. I told you about our other program. I told you about that one. Ness has been holding a Choose Health, Food, Fitness, and Fun class at the Boys and Girls Club for about 12 third to fifth graders. Cassandra has a strong body strength training series with about 5 residents of SCC Homes of Kenosha going on. She's also doing a program, a team cuisine program with 4 Heritage Farmstead Garden Program interns at Hawthorne Hollow. And Cassandra's doing Food Smarts at the Kenosha Achievement Center, working with approximately 17 adults there. I have been holding Food Smart series at Saxony Manor, about 12 residents, and I think about that one. Oh, and then jointly, Cassandra and myself, we did a one-time senior seating well class for 6 adults via CAFASI's Virtual Connect program. It's like through Zoom, we held just a one-time class. And finally, we had team members take part in like National Night Out at Roosevelt Roosevelt Park, I think it was, and Shalom, as well as the Kenosha County Food Bank's meet and greet. So, right. Any questions for Jill? Thank you.
And I have a couple updates from BJ and from Ann. Ann is our new agriculture. She's a diversified vegetable and emerging crops educator, and she's been with us for 4 weeks now, and she has been meeting with farmers and growers to learn from them. Questions that she's asking them are, what challenges and obstacles do you face? Where do you see opportunities? And where do you see a lack of resources or services? She's also introducing our Emerging Crops Accelerator program to willing to listen farmers, and she's received good response so far. She's participating in all relevant field days and workshops that will help her better serve the stakeholders of Kenosha County, such as Hoop House Management, Organic Apple Orchard Management, Kernza Soil Health, an annual field research day at Michael Fields Ag Institute to learn about trials on industrial hemp, buckwheat, and Kernza. So she's had a busy 4 weeks, including all the onboarding that she participates in too. So lots of orientation for her, and also meeting with her fellow Crops and Soils Extension colleague, so she can learn about all the programs that we do in Extension. And as far as BG and horticulture, he received funding from UW-Madison Prison Education Initiative Project to build greenhouse infrastructure at the Wisconsin Correctional Institute Transitional Facility. The Department of Corrections approved this greenhouse project, and the goal is to develop a digital badge certificate program for inmates in 2025. He gave a radio talk show on growing blueberries in raised beds and answered horticultural inquiries on the talk show. He attended UW-Madison's Turf Grass Field Day in Madison that showcased current research projects at the Research Center. He took part in the monthly Ask the Expert Garden and Landscape session and answered Zoom inquiries. Nearly 40 inquiries were answered and more than 100 people attended the session. He's planning for next year's Gardening for Beginners series program in partnership with the Kenosha Public Libraries and he's hosting Urban Forestry Field Day and Zoom workshops on September 20th and September 27th in Southeast Wisconsin. And then finally, Carolyn, 4-H educator, wanted me to share with you, since she's at the fair today, that a day camp for grades K through 2 was held jointly with Racine County 4-H on July 10th. The activities and theme were around the world, and they were planned by our high school 4-H counselors. Junior and high school students go through extensive trainings in order to hold that position of camp counselor. On July 17th, our Clothing and Quilting Project held their clothing review and fashion show. The annual event helps the sewers prepare for the county fair. As far as the youth are concerned, their focus is working on their projects and exhibits for the fair, which they are now proudly showing. And Carolyn's focus at the office is preparation for fall activities. Fall is very, very busy time for her because that kicks off the new 4-H year. So there's the open houses, there's leader meeting preparation, there's new enrollment guides and other print media that she's been working on, as well as preparing end of the year reports for 4-H. Also, charters will be coming due, and so there'll be some of that as well. So fall's a very, very busy time for her. So those are all the educator reports for this month.
Your update?
My update is I recently had a budget meeting with the county executive, with all the department heads. Well, and so we continue that discussion, and then October we meet with you. So looking forward to that. So that's my second round. I'll call it a budget meetings, but just want you to know that of course has started, and we've been busy meeting and having those conversations. Have I already mentioned and started? Oh, we have posted for the FoodWise administrator position, so that's the person who supervises all the FoodWise educators. It closes on August 22nd, so it's open, we'll just say, for approximately another week or so. And then we'll go through 2 rounds of interviews, and hopefully we'll have the person starting sometime in September, early October at the absolute latest. Just depends on when the person's able to start. So that is in process. And then Mary, last month when we were together, announced that she was leaving. So I have had discussions with both institute directors. Mary is unique in that she really did have 1 foot in the Health and Wellbeing Institute and 1 foot in the Human Development and Relationships Institute. Her primary area for programming was health and wellbeing. And yet, and her secondary area was in financial security. So over the years that she was with us, she saw the needs in the community were changing, and there was more of an interest in financial security. So she was doing more and more programming in her secondary area versus her primary area. So that's why I wanted to have conversations with both institute directors, the county executive, and input from you as well. I know that you have had an opportunity to hear Mary's reports for a few months now, but to see based on what you know, and we can have a one-on-one conversation if you'd like. If you see, oh, we'd like to keep Mary's position pretty much how it is, meaning doing programming in both areas, or does it become mainly a financial security focused position, which that doesn't mean the new educator could never do any programming in health and well-being. We do that. However, institute-wise, it enables the institute to really focus on training the new person and helping and supporting them because they're in primarily one institute and program area. Or is it no, let's have it be how it initially started. It was health and well-being. The focus is health and well-being. The person focuses on policy, systems, and environment work with various coalitions within the county. They do perhaps some strong bodies as well as the food-wise educators, but there being more of that. There'd be just more of a focus on behavioral health, doing youth mental health first aid and supporting youth, or mental health first aid and supporting youth mental health first aid. So that. So you're also in the communities and hear what the needs are. We do a really good job of not duplicating what behavioral health is already doing because that is a strong department here in the county. And yet we, you know, what is the need? Do we feel it really should be where that focus should be? So I'm trying to get input for a variety of people before, or multiple people before I post the position, because I really do want this educator to be able to meet the needs of the county. So if you prefer to email me, if you prefer to share now.
Do you have a sense of how much of Mary's time was spent doing those different things? Like, could we get a sort of a graph or a,
Sure, I could put that.
that could be sent out in, you know, the last 6 months or the last. year,
Oh,
whatever.
absolutely.
And then get our feedback that way. Does that make sense to you guys? Because I can't,
Without seeing it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do that. I can easily access that information.
Were you done with the report?
Yes, that was.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Pam?
On this Mary position,
Yes.
to know more about, in depth about what she does
Mhm.
would be helpful, I think. So
Oh.
maybe some kind of a separate conversation with you at some point.
Absolutely. Yep. And I-
See you, we talk about it.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. And I can also put some of that information in the email too, like this is what Mary, so not only just the percentages, but here's what she focused on. I can
Just
get
a
both.
suggestion.
But yes, yeah, anytime.
And you know, it also would be, right, also be interested to get your insights about what else this person could do that maybe
Mhm.
you're thinking might be nice to bring to this person.
Sure.
Did specifically youth and governance, did you have any initial thoughts when Pam was talking, like, wow, that's what's really needed? But I'm wondering, honestly, I'm wondering, is anyone doing financial services? We know we have a behavioral health department. Is anyone doing financial services besides you bounce a check at your credit union and they say stop bouncing checks?
So neighborhood housing services doing some home buying seminars,
Yeah, and so does the city, yeah.
but I mean,
To me, that's.
that's like, that's up here.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
over here. I don't know.
Don't bounce it for cracks.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Agencies that are doing any kind of training
Right.
and
Did you guys, anything?
I mean, initial thoughts was probably that because the position so far is the well-being, it'd be difficult to complete, not difficult, but it is the entire switch to making that a financial support instead. But if most of her work was going into, yeah, I think the graphs on how much of her time is spent on financial would be helpful. Like, is that something that we need to spend more time on than the well-being? Well, if financial support is the majority of what, well-being was for the county so far.
And she was doing more and more programming in that, whether it was with veterans or whether it was with adults and like how to be a smart, it's called Rent Smart, so that's the word I'm using. But how to have a good, solid rent relationship. So there was the one for renters, but there was the one for landlords. So there was that. She's even doing some planning ahead, which is end of life decisions, because those are crucial and critical conversations to have, but oftentimes uncomfortable conversations to have. So there's that series as well. She would work with people who are in poverty and helping them, like, how do you set a budget? What's goal setting? How do you establish credit? So that she was doing some of that as well. So we were finding more and more she was working on the financial security aspects of it versus as much health and well-being. Now, was there? Absolutely. It wasn't like she wasn't ever doing anything with behavioral health. It's just there was a shift because there were more community partners saying, We really need someone to come in. Like, they're the ones who identified that gap, like we were hearing that again and again, like this is needed.
So a little bit of information on that. So, I have some notes here from June 7th of last year, when Stephanie was here from the Sharing Center.
Mhm.
And so her and Mary coordinated pretty closely. And, they were saying that there were 80 people that were referred from the Sharing Center to Mary's program, through back in 2023. So there is a pretty significant, amount of people that were in there. She said there were 100, and that was, so that was just through June 23. And she said that, record-breaking year in 2023, looking for housing, 120 people in 2022, so quadrupled in 2023. So it was just in the matter of the past few years where things really seemed to ramp up. So 2 issues of lack of affordable housing and financial challenges. So it seems like it was, a worthwhile and well-used resource. So.
When you do that email to us, would you outline who those community partners are, who would be making those referrals?
Sure. Okay.
Any other comments, questions? Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to comment that based on my conversation with some community partners, it sounds like there's also a real need for Spanish services and financial literacy as well. So for Spanish speaking communities, it's really vital for them.
When I heard Aaron say that, there were over 100 that Mary helped with housing and Andy's, our liaison at CABA, there probably should be some linkage there where, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I was gonna say, I also, as part of that, community development, I also sit in with Andy on a lot of those housing task force meetings. So I don't do the financial portion of it though, but I do work with that affordable housing kind of effort. So if we had somebody in that financial role too, we could collaborate together as extension to and bring them in on those meetings.
That new resource will, or the succession will help with that. And the CABA initiative will see what we're doing here.
All right. Anything else? All right, thank you so much. Thank you. You're going to take a break until 7 p.m.
background, but I don't know the personal trainer, and so I do medicine coach every life sponge.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I have people with
Well,
Parkinson's or
sure.
Get back to the meeting. We're gonna reconvene the meeting. Start with introductions. I am Louise Brown. I'm the chair of SPEDAC and I'm from District 11.
Frederick from House, Vice Chair, Lady, District 16.
Aaron Carroll, District 23.
Board Supervisor Aaron Decker, District 22.
Dave Gertson, District 15.
Eric Meadows, District 18.
Leah Robinson, District 5.
Kenzie Bauer, you think governance.
Juniper Crescent, Youth and Governance.
April Webb, Planning Office.
And I'm Andy Bueller, Director of Planning Development.
We held a work session yesterday where staff presented each item, allowing for committee members to ask questions and to receive detailed answers. Can you tell us about the legal posting in the newspaper?
I can. Application was posted in the Kenosha News as a Class 2 notice. It was posted on their dates July 30th, 2024 and August 6th, 2024.
Thank you. Number 6 and 7 from the agenda are going to remain tabled, so if anyone's here to speak on the Daniel Velasco, Palos, and Liliana Lorenzo de Velasco rezoning or conditional use permit, those will not be heard tonight. You are welcome to stay for the meeting if you want, but will not be heard. So, all right, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, so then we can begin with item number 5, which is Gloria Lake Resort LLC, 7910 328th Avenue, Burlington, Wisconsin, 53105 owner. Joe Rapinski, 7910 328th Avenue, Burlington, Wisconsin, 5305 agent, requesting a conditional use permit to allow outdoor dining, recreation, and entertainment in the B2 Community Business District on tax parcel number 954-119-111-4070. Located in the town of Wheatland. With that, I'd like to also show a map of the location. So here we have, you can see Lily Lake to the left, and the property is in yellow. It is outlined as the property that the application is for. So we have the applicant here. So if you can then state your name and address, and then just run through just why you're wanting to make this application for this outdoor entertainment.
Sure. My name's Joe Ruflinski, 7910 328th Avenue, Burlington, Wisconsin, 53105. I've been there 20 years, bought it in 2004, and I had 2 partners, and we've been serving food and beverage outside for 20 years, and we always had bands outside. We had them on the deck, and my business has grown so much with the food that I came across a friend of mine who had a stage that it's not a permanent stage, but he said, do you want this stage? Because we did use it one time back in the day, maybe 10, 15 years ago at the resort. And he said, you can have it. And I said, you know what, that'd be great. So he gave it to me because instead of having all the people on the stage or on the, I have a small deck where the people sit and eat. So we put up the stage. And it just opened up. I mean, I've been there serving food and beverage, and I've never had a citation on the place ever in 20 years. Never. I've always had live, when we did music, we always respected the neighbors. Saturday nights was 11 o'clock. If I had a wedding, maybe midnight, but I am, it's usually 11 o'clock. I'm too old for late.
You can keep going.
I'm too old to stay up that late. And then Sunday afternoons, we like to have some live music. We have some blues bands coming up. I've only done two bands there this summer so far. I have one coming up the 24th, which is a big blues band he's on the lake. He's bringing all his bands up and it's during the day. I have Mark's wedding's gonna be there, and that's for a cancer benefit that they've thrown. And now they got engaged, so we're gonna do their wedding, and that's on September 14th. And I have a Dirty Hoedown planned for September 7th. And that's about, I mean, that overall, that would be, what, six functions I've done, and we've never had a ticket, nothing. And, you know, Bob Deemer and Debbie, we were friends. I mean, when that place, the old lady that died there, I mean, they came to me to buy it, and I just had bought the resort. I called Bob and Debbie Deemer to let them know it was for sale. Now, I've been to their house in Florida. He's been to my bar party. He's coming in my bar in his robe, having a good time, listening to music, dancing along with everybody else. And then all of a sudden, I do know they wanted my property to build a house. Well, it's not for sale. It's not. I have 15 employees. I work hard. That's what I like to do. Maybe someday if I sell it, but then, you know, the resort has really grown. I redid the hotel because him calling the county on me because of my stage. I had to put a $40,000 septic tank in. I did it. I've done everything I was supposed to do. And my music is not loud. It's not like it's a drug bar or nothing like that. It's family orientated. Yeah, the kids swimming, you know, we're having a good time. My fish fry is so jam-packed, they're lined up to get in. So the little music that I have, and it's not nasty music either, you know what I'm saying? It's bluesgrass, and it's yeah, folk music. And I mean, we used to be friends, and all of a sudden it's just been a living nightmare for me since they got the property. And you know, if anything, they should try to be nice to all of us around the lake and get along with us. But when I mean, 2 years ago, I put in my pier that I've been putting the pier in the same spot in 20 years. He came in screaming at me that I was in his waterway. And I spent 2 days putting in all my piers. I says, you know what? I'm not moving it this year, but I'll move it over next year for you. And I won't park that pontoon there. I moved the pontoon out. I did that. While he's building his house, another thing, the gray water in the ditch, I had to run that all in my septic. So I did all that. And I moved the pier the following year. And now this year, he's building his house. I had all his construction workers parked there for 3 months. Did I ever say a word or say, hey, you know what, you can't do that? No, because I didn't want to make waves, and I'm a nice person. You know, there's nice people, and, you know, I'm not selling the resort. And if the resort does get sold, it's going to be sold as a resort. It's not going to be tore down, because a lot of people it's the last place around like that. I mean, my hotel, I just renovated the whole thing. It's beautiful. I keep it clean. I work every day. My food's all homemade. We're known for our oysters. And I've never had a citation. And just because I had this stage put up, it's ever since they got the house, it's just been a living nightmare for me. And it's not fair to me when I've been there 20 years and they haven't even moved in yet. And it's not even, you know, it's not right what they've been causing me.
So I'll give a little bit of background, again, just to kind of how we got here, and also let everyone know that there'll be a time, when this is a public hearing, so there'll be a time for people to speak in favor and a time for people to speak against. And so everyone should be aware of that. But basically, so we originally received, I guess, a complaint in regards to gray water that was leaving the
Yeah,
Lake resort and
Which
getting
has
into
been
the.
there, it was there forever.
So we had our county sanitarian go out and inspect and install that the pipes were not connected. And so they were releasing, instead of into the septic system, were releasing into the ditch.
And I fixed that.
And so the property owner was notified and worked with our sanitarian, needing to determine and do some test with the existing system, see if the system was compliant. It was determined not to be compliant. And it was determined that it needed to be replaced. While that was occurring, we did also receive information about this stage that came. And I think if I remember correctly, Mark Melgard on our staff was
Mark
out there.
Melgard.
And he ended up getting a hold of you,
Yeah.
Joel, and the town, and to try to get an understanding of what was all happening out there. And so we set up a meeting with the town, set up a meeting with Jill, the property owner, with ourselves to understand what's all going on out there. And at that time, then we realized that there were a lot of outdoor activities that were occurring. There was volleyball, there was horseshoe pits, there was music. There was a desire then to just now use this stage, which was new. And there was no conditional use permit to allow for any of the outdoor activity, outdoor dining.
Well,
And so
I don't understand that.
And so we ended up saying that, and we understand that a lot of this has been going on for years and years. And so, as in other situations that we've had, that's been presented to the county of some organizations that have been out there and that have just grown over time and expanded their uses and things like that. We then tried to, once we're made aware of it, we then try to wrap our arms around it. And in this case, we have to wrap our arms around it with a conditional use permit, because that's in the zoning district allows for the outdoor entertainment. Along with that, there is the need to have a liquor license, and a liquor license that allows for liquor to be served and consumed outside. There's also a need for a cabaret license that allows for other different types of music and other activities on the property, of which the applicant has obtained those things. So right now, we have a conditional use permit before you that she made an application for actually last year, but we weren't quite ready for that because we felt that the biggest issue was getting that septic system replaced and installed. And then at the end of the year came up, timing was bad for that. So then we just said, all right, let's just wait, get the septic system taken care of in the spring, and then we'll move forward with the conditional use permit, and that's what you did.
And I did.
You took care
I've
of
done everything.
the sanitary, the septic system had it replaced, and then we said, all right, now that we have that taken care of, now we can move ahead with the conditional use permit, and so that's where we are today. So, I guess with that, I guess you can see if anyone has any questions.
Yeah. Anybody have any questions?
Well, I have a question. Yesterday in work session, we talked about getting that Wheatland does the building inspections. And we talked about that being required for this type of structure, this stage. And before a conditional use permit would be allowed, that we would have to have comfort that such an inspection occurred. Do you know the status of that?
Yes, I did talk to Tim Penna. He's the building inspector for the town of Wheatland. And he had indicated that he has seen the structure from when he's done inspections on the property to the north with the new home that's being built. And he had indicated that with the commercial property, a building permit would be needed for that and any electrical changes that would take place back there. If this is something that would be moving forward, we have put a condition in the conditional use permit to make sure that any and all permits are applied for, zoning permits, building permits, for any structures that exist out there. So that structure would then need to go through that permit process.
And that's, and I remember reading that there and pointed it out to me again in our document, that is a condition of the conditional use.
Correct.
And then the second question that I thought of is that stage movable? Can it be moved? And if it were moved, would it impact the adjoining properties less if it were?
I'm not following your question.
He's wondering if the stage is, if it's where it's at, if it's able to be moved elsewhere on the property.
It's a remote.
It's a remote stage, but we put it there because that's about the only spot I have. I mean, that is the only spot I have. I'm gonna put up, tarp. I mean, I don't have music every day.
Actually, I did find.
And I don't.
Something that could be helpful for everyone in a photo.
When I looked at the overhead, it looked like there was, just from looking at that, but I didn't with boots on the ground here, but it looked like there might be a footprint to move it, but
Yeah, so here is this is a photo that we had taken back last fall that shows the stage area here. And then the other thing I thought might be helpful is our oblique photo.
When bands are out there, people come from all over and bring their lounge chairs and set them in front of the band and watch the band.
The speakers point.
And the speakers point this way, and then, right, versus the neighbor, and I'm putting a drop cloth behind it.
Here, this is an aerial photo of the property from earlier this year and from an oblique angle and then shows the stage. So this gives you a good idea of how the property is and where everything is at.
I got trees and everything.
Right. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, what's the distance from the current location of the stage to the neighboring property that's complaining?
I believe it's 10 feet.
10 feet. Okay. The other question I have is you're wanting to do 10 outdoor live events beyond the normal 8 o'clock or whatever that regulation is. Is that right? It's 8 o'clock is normally when, without a license, you can do music outside. Is that correct?
So with a cabaret license, it gives the ability to do music outside until dark. Amplified music outside until dark.
But, okay, I have a question. We were trying to go for Saturday nights till 11 o'clock.
We're gonna get to
Oh,
that.
Okay,
We're
okay,
not- He's just,
okay.
go ahead.
I
I'm just
got-
trying to understand what
Okay.
the current regulations are without this conditional approval. What are they legally allowed to do now?
So the conditional use permit allows for,
Well, no, right
Music.
now,
oh,
No,
yeah.
but-
So currently, right now, there is no outdoor music because a conditional use permit is needed for outdoor music.
Okay, but you're already doing outdoor music now.
Yeah, I
already.
had it booked. I
Okay.
got my cabaret license. I mean, this conditional use permit's been taking me forever. I had to do the septic and it's been a process, but I have had a dirty hole down there for 20 years. They
Okay.
book it every year. I got a wedding book. They're gonna, we're doing, everybody comes and plays for the cancer benefit.
Okay. All right, I might have one questions later, but that helps me for now.
Okay. Any other
Thanks.
questions?
Would it be possible to add to the conditional use permit the concept that the stage, not a requirement, but that it be explored, whether that portable stage could be moved so it's not 10 feet away? So if it's not practical, the permit could still go forward, but at least the owner would consider that and see if they could move it so it's less than 10 feet away. Is that
More than 10 feet.
or more than 10 feet away? Is that, thank you. So is that a permissible item to add to the?
I mean, I believe it is. I mean, I think it ends up being a little vague as a condition only because we don't know what we're trying to achieve with it.
Well, we're trying to achieve less noise to the adjoining properties.
Well,
So, and I'm directing it to the staff here. So, so I know it's vague because, where it's not a mandatory, but we also are gonna put something in where if we either have it look back or we review it within 1 year or 2 years, so then we could review it at that time and see if an effort was made or whether if it were more than 10 feet away, whether that would reduce the noise.
Supervisor Gerson, can we table that until we have, because I have some questions that sort of go in line
Okay.
with that.
I'm fine with that, so I just wanted to get it out there.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Robinson.
Do we have any idea, I read that there was a tarp that was being required. To me, tarp is not something that is in any way like, I can't understand. Are we talking about a piece of canvas? Are we talking about something that's actually soundproof barrier? And this picture was the first time that I've seen the underside of the, stage. Is the stage a metal stage?
yeah, it's a metal stage. We put it together and then it has wood planks on top.
Okay, So is it possible to do, something to promote the baffling and the absorption of sound? You know, doing, instead of just a plank, doing some sort of a cloth,
Yeah, we
something.
put cloth, and what we're doing for this year, I went and bought heavy duty drop cloths for painting for this year, but like, I'm looking into the Twin Lakes Country Club. Okay, they're outside, they have these things, but my structure would not hold that. I would have to eventually figure that out and maybe make it a more of a, my structure's only a tent. You know, it's not, it can't hold a lot of weight for this year. So we went and got a canvas, we're doing, we're gonna put it on a rod and put it up there for this year, till I figure out what happens. I mean, if this stage is gonna cause such a problem, I just can't believe how much a stage can cause a problem. And especially, and it's only, what, 6 events a year? 6 events.
To help with your question, so when the item went before the town of Wheatland, which we didn't get to that part yet, but they did indicate that they, as a condition, they wanted to have a canvas backdrop
Yeah.
to the stage.
Okay, and again.
And that's
being
open for
technical,
consideration.
I'm just not sure whether the canvas, like, is that a sound barrier thing, or, you know,
They didn't indicate, I mean, whatever
And
canvas
they
means
just
to
let
all
it-
of us is what I would
okay.
believe it to be.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You guys should all come out to one of my shows and see if it's a good time.
All right, so, as Andy had stated, we're going to hear from the public. Is there anyone wishing to speak for this petition?
And if there is, and just state your name and address for the record, and I mean, you don't have to necessarily come to the table, we can hear you from where you're at.
Sure. So I'm Mark Homewood, live at 8331 368th Avenue in Wheatland, on Wheatland Fire Department. I'm the one holding the third annual, second at Jill's Place, cancer event. All proceeds go to the American Cancer Society. I lost my wife, a good friend of Jill's, to cancer several years ago. So we have a blues fest. Some relatively famous blues artists that come out of Chicago and play. It's from 1 to 7, so it's done before dinner. This is our third annual for it.
Great turnout.
It's a very good turnout.
And I went through cancer too.
Yeah.
I'm a survivor.
Yes, you are. Before that, I'm getting married on the beach. Before that, I feel strong. You know, I moved here from the Chicago area 12 years ago, and where I live, if you don't know that road, I live down my nearest neighbor is the Fenskys, and we had a event at our house one time, mostly my friends from Chicago, and the winds were coming out of the north that day, and someone came up and goes, "Man, how can you stand that smell? Can't you complain about that?" And I said, "Well, number one, that family's been here before I was here. I knew what I was buying into. And number two, it's why would I risk their livelihood just because, you know, a few days out of the year, the wind comes out of the north and I smell pigs, you know, why would I ever do that? That's not rational. Plus I'd probably be driven out of town." So anyways, I support Jill. I've been on that stage. I can just speak from an amateur's perspective. I put the lights up on it. It's a very sturdy stage. It could be moved, probably not the best thing to do with it, but it provides a very stable stage, you know, for the people that are going to be on it. And I did put up the lights. I know it's electrically bound, you know, right on that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
My name is Erin McCarthy. I am a part owner of 7808 328th Avenue with my siblings and part owner of 7812 328th Avenue, my husband Jim Vogel. Both of these properties are, and my brother-in-law owns 7806 328th Avenue, but he could not be here tonight. We have been, anyway, I would like to read a letter on behalf of my family. I just want to say we live about 7 or 8 houses away from the property and have never had any problem with the music or any sound coming from the resort whatsoever. So, my family is writing in support of the Lily Lake Resort and its owner, Jill Rickman. Our grandfather brought us to Lily Lake in the 1950s, over 75 years ago. My family has been there. We now have children and grandchildren who love and appreciate the lake as much as we always have. Years ago, there were 3 businesses on the lake. Bill and Marie's Tavern, which started out in Pine Lands, and they left it to their daughter, Marie, and married Bill. And then that property was sold and became a private residence when Bill and Marie retired. Then there was Becker's Drive-In, which was a lovely little place to walk down and get candy or ice cream, but it was also a diner that sold food. And when the Beckers retired, that place became a private residence. We're down to 1 business. The Lily Lake Resort was owned by the Kirsting family long before my family came there. So it's been at least 75 years in that location. But it was Kirsting's, then it was Harry's, then it was Addie's and Rudy's. Then it was the Lily Lake Lounge owned by the Koches. And then it became the Lily Lake Resort once it was purchased by the very respectable Riley family. And then and now it's the Lily Lake Resort. It has been under Jill for over 20 years. The Lily Lake Resort is the only business that remains as a welcoming place where we can eat and drink, listen to music, catch up with old friends, and make new friends. Jill Raplinski has worked very hard to keep her business going for those of us at Lily Lake and in surrounding areas. Her menu is amazing, the food is delicious, the atmosphere is friendly, safe, and fun. Our children are always welcome, and even our dogs have been on the deck on occasion. Jill's landscaping is new and beautiful. The amenities are lovely. The hotel has been renovated and is a wonderful resource for our friends and visitors year-round. We are very impressed with how Jill is constantly thinking of ways to improve her business. It must be brutally hard work to keep a resort going year after year when most of her business occurs during the summer months. But Jill has obviously poured her whole self into it with great success, in my family's opinion. We hate to imagine what the lake would be like without a public gathering space, a place you can walk to and not worry about drinking and driving. We hope that the board understands what a gem this resort is for our community, and we will act in our community's best interest so that the resort continue as the heart of Lily Lake. Thank you for considering our support of Jill and the Lily Lake Resort. Thanks.
Thank you. Everyone else wishing to speak on it?
My name is Kelly Wilson. I reside at 7905 328th Avenue, Burlington. I am here as a resident of the town of Wheatland and nothing more. I live across the street from the Lily Lake Resort. My family owned and worked hard at the Lily Lake Resort from 1992 to 2004 when we sold it to Jill and her family, her brother. We held many parties throughout the years and had many families enjoy the lake, food, hotel, and entertainment. Over the years, Riley's Lily Lake Resort held fundraisers with remote stages, company and family picnics, parties for New Year's Eve, Valentine's Day, 4th of July, Halloween, Christmas, with much food and music inside and outside, which provided loads of fun for all. Many of our events even had town board members and county members attend our special events, especially St. Patty's Day, where Stan Kirkman was in a band and provided entertainment for a lot of our local people. Because Jill has only had a few events outside each year, I would like to see that she keep her cabaret license as submitted and passed by the town of Wheatland. Wheatland Township has only one bar on the lake for entertainment, and most events are well attended and well received. If you want to live next to a bar, then you should be able to accept what the establishment has provided for over 30 years. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the petition?
Michael McTurnan.
For the petition?
Oh, four, I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't-
Anyone else wishing to speak for the petition? Anyone else wishing to speak for the petition? All right. Anyone wishing to speak against the petition?
Michael McTurnan, 6633 Green Bay Road, Kenosha, Wisconsin. Andy, I sent you some pictures just now that I think would be helpful to sort of show the condition if you look at your email. Otherwise, I did print them today, and I think it behooves everyone to understand dramatic effect of what has been built in just this past year without a permit. And that's what the heart of it is. It's this stage. My client lives literally 10 feet from the lot line. I'll pass this out so you can see it. This is him. He's about 6 feet tall, Bob's here. And he has extended his arms so you can see that under the ordinances set forth by the county and the town, he's able to construct within 10 feet of the lot line. And that's his house with his bedroom window 10 feet from the lot line. I think it's important to also show that the back end of the stage is also 10 feet from the lot line. I give you these pictures so you can appreciate the closeness of the way this stage that was just recently constructed and put up without a permit and without any authorization from the town or the county or subject to any cabaret license was put in place. I understand people do things without a permit. I understand people do things and they don't intend to violate the law, but this is clearly a violation of the ordinances, and it's clearly a violation of the licenses that she operates under. My client understood when he bought the property that they were buying next to a bar and restaurant. They enjoy visiting it. They've been there during the day. They've been there during the night. And the problem has surfaced when last year she built this very, very, very temporary stage. As she told you, this is something that is, as you can see from these photos, it's literally attached with ratchet set straps to hold it down. The canopy cover over the top is taken off in the wintertime. Otherwise, this structure would probably end up in the lake. And it's set on a 2 to 2.5 foot riser, which I'm sure like we've all been to, events at church festivals and at various parties. These go up temporarily, they're used temporarily, and they're taken down. They aren't meant to be put up for years. And this has now been up for a year. And this is what brings consternation to my client. It's not the fact that there's a band that's performing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon during the middle of the day. God bless. I'm not certain if that's a violation of the ordinance, but my client has never objected to her having bands performing at or outdoor music that's until dusk. I believe if you look at the ordinances that are set forth in the county, that's allowed. They anticipate that there will be music during the day, but when the sun goes down, so should the music, and so should amplified sound, so should electrified lights. Now I show you this one picture here, which with my client standing that I think is important, and I cannot imagine on a permanent structure that electrical is going to be something that's going to pass permit for a permanent structure. I'm not a contractor. I'm just a lawyer. I do know that is not something that the town or the county would authorize and say, leave that up for the next 50 years. That's perfectly safe. That's not. And it's literally 10 feet from my client's lot line. And I sit here and I show you these pictures because I think it's important to understand the close proximity this massive stage has been put up. And they're coming to you to say, we want to leave it up for the next 50 years. Because if you grant a conditional use permit, it's there. And now my clients who have a home that they're living in with a bedroom window 20 feet from the back of the stage is going to be blocked with a sheet of canvas on some string. And that's going to stop noise pollution and light pollution from my client's house. Again, they understand they live next door to a bar or restaurant.
They understand what that brings. People are outside talking, having a good time, playing bags, playing horseshoes. And that is something they understood when they acquired the property. They frequent this bar all the time and they enjoy the activities it provides. But the minute the use has been drastically changed with a structure where there's concerts going till 11, 12 o'clock at night. And I beg the commentary that this is just a one-off or a two-off events. I mean, her own materials that she submitted that I'm going to present to you show that these activities took place 3 in a week. And they happened until 11, 12 o'clock. The one has a item Saturday. I'll hand out to you and you can see for yourself. This is what was presented of when these events were taking place. And these are all issues. It says here, Circle of Friends, live music, June 29th, Sunday, Saturday, and June 30th, Sunday, noon till whenever. And then the next event, 1 week later, Saturday, July 6th, 8 till 11. These are all events that are taking place, and I'll share these with everybody so you can see it without a permit, without authorization from the county, without a conditional use permit, in violation of our cabaret license, in violation of our occupancy permit, I'm certain, because you're not allowed to have these events at 11 o'clock at night with amplified sound and amplified music and lights until 11 o'clock at night. And again, my clients understood if there is a 4th of July party and they want to have a benefit, they want to have it till 10, 11 o'clock at night. We all live around churches, schools, and parks. I live in Allendale. They have them. They pull a permit, they let the neighborhood notify, so-and-so's having a wedding, it's gonna be till 10 o'clock at night. If you want a problem, come and object. If not, we're gonna grant a special permit, which is allowed under the ordinance. My clients wouldn't have the objection to that. But what they're asking for is 10 nights of having parties, bands, music until 11 o'clock at night. There's only 13 Saturdays between June and August. That means that almost every single Saturday night you would be allowing her to have a band until 11, 12 o'clock at night. That's where this becomes uncomfortable for the residents that reside next door to a place that doesn't have a conditional use permit, that doesn't have authorization, that doesn't have a cabaret, that allows for outdoor music until 11 o'clock at night. They didn't sign up for this. They didn't buy next to a bar or restaurant believing that that's what was going to take place. And you look at the issues that you see with such a temporary structure that she testifies that can be easily moved. Is that what you're going to grant a conditional use permit on tonight? That you're going to say, okay, the county or the town may approve that. They may make her add to it, build on it, expand it, develop it further. We don't know. But granting a conditional use permit for something that hasn't even been permitted by the town seems to be putting the cart way in front of the horse. In my world, I'd love as a lawyer, I'd love to be able to walk into a committee and say, I need a CUP. I'm going to use it for an outdoor event. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to build. I'm not going to show you the plans. I'm not going to give you a permit. Just give me the CUP. And then I'm going to go to the community. I'm going to go pull whatever permit I can. And then I'm going to have my CUP in my hand. And then I'll get a permit to build whatever I want. That's what's taking place here. And that's where my client is drawing the line. It just, this whole project seems to be, and God bless, people do this all the time. They didn't think there was anything wrong with putting a stage outside, so they built it. They didn't think anything was wrong during the day of having concerts until 7, 8 o'clock at night, and they did it, and no one objected. But now this thing is taking on a shape of its own, and it's going to 11, 12 o'clock at night, and it's becoming a disturbance. And she doesn't have permits, and it's on a very, very temporary structure. You know, we've all seen concerts in communities. We've all seen them at church festivals. We've seen them in, the Kenosha County has a concert right down the street from my house in the county park. City has the peanut butter and jam in a city park. They have these structures they bring up. They're built with walls. They're built with ceilings. They're built with back end walls. They're built to design to shelter sound so it directs it to only where you want to direct it. This is a wide open tent on a set of risers. This is nothing, there's no way that sound in this structure can be restricted with a canvas sheet on a string to prevent noise disturbing and bleeding into the neighborhood. And by granting that permission is just opening the community up to noise and sound disturbance and light disturbance that no one is even understanding yet, because we don't even know what it's going to end up looking like at the end of the day once it gets permitted. Again, my clients have been great neighbors to them. They've sat there and people laugh, you know,
Lord.
people can laugh, but I think the big issue is that there has been noise issues and there's been disturbances, and my clients have tried to reach out to the sheriff's department to say there has to be restrictions on noise. This can't continue until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. And I'll show you a transcript of the sheriff's department contacting my client on Friday morning at 12:30 in the morning. And the point of it is the sheriff's department doesn't even understand that there is a noise ordinance, that there is decibel levels that are restricted, and that you can't perform until 11, 12 o'clock at night, because that is a violation. And the sheriff said, I don't know what it is. She has a cabaret, so can't she just perform at night? I think the answer that everyone agrees on is no, they can't. I don't know why the sheriff just sort of blew it off and said, nah, nothing we can do about it because she has a cabaret. It really is this committee's responsibility to bring people up to speed on what the law is. I know I've talked to Corporation Counsel. I know I talked to John Moyer as well. This isn't allowed. My client is more than willing to sit here and find some reasonable request that allows for some limited use, but based on a temporary tent with a temporary stage with really temporary electricity against that is 10 feet from their lot line, this ain't it. And for those reasons, I respectfully request that at the very least, this is tabled and we figure out what the community is going to actually authorize to be constructed here once inspectors go out and see what has been built, because I can't believe that is going to be approved as a permanent structure. And if we come back and that temporary structure is allowed, I don't know how this committee can grant a conditional use permit that never ends, because that structure is never going to survive 3-4 winters in Wisconsin. That will not stand. So giving a conditional use permit on a very temporary structure, I think, is doing a disservice to all the other residents in the community, because the job of this committee is to look at providing conditional use permits, and you can just look at your ordinance. Your whole point of granting a conditional use permit is to make certain that anything that you do doesn't negatively impact the surrounding neighbors. The surrounding residents shouldn't be subject to allowing someone to change the use. And this is a massive change of use, to having a outdoor concerts till 11, 12 o'clock at night, because that's how late they went. 10 nights a week during the summer, right next door to a residential neighborhood that is literally 10 feet away. For those reasons, I beg the community to, like I said, at least table it so we can figure out what exactly is going to get permitted this year. And then when you figure that out, then we can have some conversation about what is reasonable at the site. Because like my client, they don't have a problem with the bags, they don't have a problem with the horseshoes, they don't have a problem with the beach volleyball, but they got a real big problem with amplified sound and bands playing until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, 10 nights a week, or 10 weeks during the summer. And I appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
I do. I have something to say.
We're still working off of it.
For anyone else wishing to speak against this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak against this petition?
The only last thing I do want to present, just so you have it, I know it's there, is just to show you a copy, and Andy has it, then blew it up, but to show you just how temporary the structure is. It's built on literally aluminum posts sitting on wooden planks laying on the ground in the sand. Thank you.
I'll return this letter.
If there's any other objecting.
Anyone wishing to speak against the petition? Number 3, okay, there you go. Now, all right, we're good. So should we close the public hearing? So for the committee, I would entertain a motion. Yes, do the town. Yep.
Yeah, we do need to do the town.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. So explain the town, yeah, thank you, April.
So we do have records from the town as this went before the town plan commission and the town board. And getting it. Yes. So the town board met on this on July 22nd. The motion was made to approve and it was approved unanimously. And the additional conditions that they had indicated were that the hours for Saturday be changed from 12 to 11. And that they were fine with it to be at 8, and then on specific holidays that they could stay have it until 11. And then they had indicated that the backdrop of the stage should have a canvas backdrop to deal with noise and light.
I make a motion to approve the conditional use permit with the conditions as stated, but I have questions.
I need a second.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. So motion by Supervisor Decker, second by Supervisor Carroll.
Okay. Have you seen the conditional use permit that we got this evening with a few?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I do have to say my stage has been up, not this year. This is the 3rd year.
okay.
It's been up. So my stage was up before they even built their house.
Okay.
Okay?
So just, you know, I mean, we sent them, we spoke on the phone. I didn't know if you actually opened the
Yeah.
email or not, but there's a copy there.
Okay.
And I kind of went over some of the conditions that
Went over.
were you heard of, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
was
did you,
working, so I didn't have time to,
did you have questions based on anything that Andy talked to you about before you had the chance to read that? Because he said he went over the new changes.
Yeah, the changes, well, it was the same thing that the town of Wheatland,
Well,
or, wait,
no, so if you look at number 4,
Yeah. yeah,
right,
it's
Andy?
up on the screen.
If you could go over the changes that she's, to help her,
Let's walk through the chain.
because she has to agree.
what's
with the
number
condition.
4?
It's up on the screen. Yeah.
So Andy,
I don't even know what that
through
means.
them with her, with all of us, please.
Yeah, so we do have, item number 4, which is indicating that it's subject to the requirements and regulations of the Kenosha County Licenses and Permits Ordinance, Section 802, the cabaret license.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
has the requirements and, regulations of what can take place with all sorts of things with the cabaret, including, music.
So basically, that's saying you're gonna follow the ordinance for our cabaret license, correct? To summarize?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
and we can get into what that is if we need to, but then the
You have a
other,
question, Lance.
the other
You have-
item.
You have a cabaret.
I have a
license.
cabaret
You have
license.
to follow it, but it's just
I have-
reiterated in here that you're going to follow the cabaret license ordinance.
Of course.
Okay, all right.
Didn't you say something about the cabaret license had me till dusk, which I need to change that to 11 o'clock on
Bring
Saturday?
it up.
Well, that's,
So that's,
Something-
that's what the conditional. use
I'm here to
is.
do whatever you guys tell me.
so that's 3B, the italicized part on page 1. That's the part that allows you to have music continue no later than 11 PM on Saturdays and no later than 8 PM on any other
Yes.
day.
Yes,
So
that's
that's-
fine.
Okay. So that's the one thing that's outside of the cabaret license, where everything else that's in the cabaret ordinance you would have to follow,
And
right?
I think we'll need to have corporation counsel, as we've discussed, on how that works.
And I'm gonna,
I'm certainly not interested in delaying this. Andy and I spoke this afternoon. I don't know that the conditional use permit can trump the cabaret, license ordinance. And it may be that if what the cabaret license indicates is until dusk, that may be it. And that's a question I don't know that we have a definitive answer to because we were looking at it at 4:45 this afternoon.
Is there another license, like an activity control license, that is something she could obtain?
We believe that there is, but I think it's for larger events that are probably contemplated. I don't know if there's the opportunity to get like one-off special event licenses.
So you're still researching that?
That I don't have an answer to.
Well, before I got my cabaret license, I'd have to go down and pay $50 for my special events. I mean.
At the village? Or at the town?
At the county.
At the county?
Before I had, because when I did the transfer of buying out the partners and all that, I would do that. And then when I filled out my application for my cabaret, yeah, I've always had music till 11 o'clock. Always, 20 years.
So I just highlighted on there, Aaron, the area of the cabaret license, which talks about music may be amplified outside only during daylight hours, subject to the provisions of D, which is the decibel levels, and then amplified music is allowed outside after dark for establishments operating under activity control license. And then as Joe had indicated, that in the activity control license, there are limitations on the size of the activity of if you can get an activity control license.
Okay, that's an individual license each time.
It is, that goes through the county board.
So I have to buy a license every time?
Well, we don't know
Okay,
yet.
okay, I got it.
So Andy or Joe, do you know what she's talking about? The license that she bought?
Well, that was
prior?
because it was in transformation from when when I bought out the partners, the LLC was transferring. So I'd have to, till I got my cabaret license in my name, then I'd have to go down again.
So at that point, you basically didn't have a cabaret license?
Yeah,
because
so I
you
go
were
down and pay
between
my
businesses.
$50 and then they let me have my special event. I mean, I followed the rules and regulations on everything.
So there's a probationary cabaret for 6 months, and then there is a permanent cabaret, and then there was a transfer.
Yeah,
And in that transfer period for activities, there is the ability to have a special event cabaret, still follow the same requirements. It's just for, you can have one a month.
Okay, but does that still follow the cabaret license ordinance?
Correct.
So she was actually out of that ordinance by going past dusk
Well, this is
or
what.
daylight. Okay,
Yeah,
So
it's for amplified music
Outside.
Okay.
outside.
so we have to figure this out.
yeah, we
Okay.
do.
Okay, so number 5, Jill. Subject to noise performance standards of the Kenosha County General Zoning and Shoreline Floodplain Zoning Ordinance, section 12.11.040 subsection E. Andy, do you want to explain what that is?
So that's the section of the ordinance which is regarding noise, which has the decibel levels of which are permitted at the property line.
Okay,
May I ask a question on that? Is that okay, Aaron? To the chair. Andy, can we specifically say what the decibels are in the circumstance that, let's say an evening one, which we now know we can't do because of the.
You mean what the readings are?
What the decibels are if we had an event between 8 and 11 at night.
we're not sure if it can be done
I know, but,
for council.
right, so that even if it does end up happening, the decibels would have to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the decibel requirements here. They're listed over here in the different octave bands. And then there is some changes and modifications that take place right here, which says if the noise is not smooth and continuous and is not really between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., one or more of the corrections shall take place, and then you make these corrections.
So
That's something we have a decibel reader that.
The sheriff's department does have one.
They could come out and assist her to let her know if she's within
Correct.
range.
There are
correct
no
range.
apps.
There are also apps that you can just get on your phone.
Right.
And
I don't know if those, how accurate those are, but
they're cool.
So Andy, for example, what are the permissible decibels at 9 PM as an example? What would the decibel, what could it be at 9 PM?
No, that's when it's between 10 feet, then it would be up here. This range right here, 65 to 35, depending on the different, octave bands.
What does that mean?
Yeah, how loud is that? Jamming out, let's hear it.
That's a good question. I mean, we'd have to do some research on.
I mean, I gotta go to bed. This,
you have more questions?
yeah.
I'm sorry, I just wanted.
Nope, that's okay.
Yeah, just from a standpoint, when these things happen, which we've used a sound meter before, is it has to be calibrated and it has to meet those standards, because if there's need to move it further in the process, like the courts, we need to be able to stand by that the machine, is up to par.
Right.
Yeah. And I agree, there are other apps that you can use, but that's how we have. to
That's a
do
good
it.
approximation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just like to eyeball it or earball it or eardrum it or whatever.
I mean, we're taking a pause because the owner like to step out, which I'm okay with, but is it okay to flesh out this issue of the conflict between the cabaret and this proposed CUP? It sounds like we can't put these times in there, because the cabaret says dusk. So we can't do that. And I know we have this event by event approval process, but we would have to change it to be the same time as the cabaret.
How does a,
Is that right, or?
I agree with corporate counsel's interpretation of the law.
I'm just asking.
how does an event, let's say, a concert at Wheatland Park, New Munster Park, how do they have a band after dark?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Is that an activity control license instead of a?
That's what I'm.
But that's not, you just said the event at Wheatland is smaller than 5,000 people. So how do they get a activity control license under 5,000 people?
I don't know the answer to that, and we don't work with the activity control license nor the cabaret license.
Is that the police department or the
It's
sheriff?
through the clerk's office and the sheriff's department.
Is it 5,000 people?
Activity control license is 5,000 people or more. Or 100 people after midnight. That, we kind of remembering, we said. Yeah.
Cool, so, I mean,
Yeah. And I'm just gonna point out is, as we had these discussions to work through, is this is indicating for amplified music. It's that music may be amplified outside only during daylight hours. It does not indicate anything in regards to non-amplified music, what you can and can't do.
but I guess to your question, are there no bars in Kenosha County that have outdoor music ever?
Yeah, they heard.
There are
Herders Hideaway having it, they have it 7 days a week.
How are they getting away with that?
It's against the law. It's obviously complaint based, and if you complain about it, it's a violation of the ordinance, and the cabaret indicates that then you lose your cabaret license. You're violating the ordinance. Otherwise, they do request a special event permit. The local communities have certain rights that they can do it. I know the city can also have them, but it's rare. They're one-offs. And they get special exemption for that, and you have the right to object as a resident if you live near a bar that is gonna have an event. That's why most of those events close at dusk, because they follow the county ordinance.
They're not even living in their house yet, and I'm getting all pitched out.
So right now, we're just working through the
Yep.
committee with questions, and the committee can talk amongst themselves, or they can ask questions to the applicant.
So then additionally, yep, I still have the floor. Number 7. Mr. Brzezinski, it says a zoning permit shall be applied for and issued by the Department of Planning and Development, and or building permit shall be applied for and issued by the Wheatland Building Inspector prior to commencing construction of any structures, i.e. accessory structures, building additions, fencing, signage, etc., that require such permits according to ordinances. Andy, can you explain what that means to her?
That just means that, in this case, if it is required, which it appears that it is, for the stage to obtain either a zoning permit or a building permit, that you would go through that process.
Yeah, Timber Van, I know him real well.
And
He's
also,
looked at my.
also for the electrical too.
Right, and that would be
So that's
the
what
building.
that number 7 is. What else did we, oh, number 6. That the conditional use permit is valid for 2 years, ending August 30th, 2026. And if the applicant chooses to renew, application must be made by June 5th, 2026 to allow ample time to be heard by the town and county prior to expiring. So number 6 says that this is a 2-year conditional use permit. And then after that, you can apply for another one.
Another one?
Yes, this would mean that it's not indefinite. It's 2 years and then you can apply again in 2 years.
And then I have to go through all this stuff again?
Yeah, I'm hopefully not this, we all have all the bugs worked out of it like.
I like you. You're okay. Okay.
So, that was a concern that some people had on the committee.
Okay.
And I know that some people wanted it to be 1 year, but as a small business owner, I know that these are a lot of work because we operate under a conditional use permit. And the application fee is hefty.
Yeah,
And so,
it is.
in my opinion, as a small business owner, to charge a small business fees that we could, more often that I don't believe that they're needed, is something we could push off an extra year so they don't have to incur the fee and all that extra work after just 1 year. I mean, she's been working on this for a year already and doesn't have it.
Almost 2
That's-
years.
yeah,
What
my
I did
opinion.
my
She's
second.
not following any of the rules to what she's doing. I mean, so she doesn't have it.
But
Well,
she's, when she found out she was in violation, she worked towards it.
Right, but she's still having activity.
Well-
She's still booking activity. So that's why I would want a 1 year, but go ahead. Yeah.
You know, one thing to talk to the point though too is that, you know, I think it's important to know what the town, that they approved this unanimously so that there's support at the town level for this. And, you know, since, you know, I'm not that old, but I remember as a, you know, that there's been activities like this going on out there since as long as I can remember. So probably early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. So I feel like there's been a continuous operation of this by some longstanding owners. And, you know, understandable that if it's a new business, you have to conform to all of this stuff, but it's been an existing business that's, you know, essentially been transformed, you know, the code has changed more often than the business has. If that makes sense.
And there's also many businesses in Western Kenosha County that operate outside ordinances that it's normal.
Yeah, it is.
Well, there's few that have been as longstanding
Yes.
as this.
Yes.
I think that's how we found, generally I say that, just to say, how do you find yourself in this type of a situation? I think that the grandfather clause should be loosely applied to this situation.
So I have a question for Corp Counsel and then Supervisor Robinson. How can Wheatland say, sure, this looks good, when there's not even it's not anywhere near the realm of the rule?
I can't speak to the town's process or how they reviewed it.
I'm going with the minutes we received from them.
I think how I would probably frame that is the town, the county is the zoning administrator and it handles all the zoning ordinances for the town. So the town is a reviewing and approving authority, but then the recommendation comes up to the county and this is where we sort everything out. Would that be an accurate statement, Andy? In a way,
Well, right. I mean,
in this particular situation?
But the cabaret license is from the town.
It's from the
us?
county.
Oh,
No.
sorry. All right. Supervisor Robinson.
I guess I'm hearing a couple things. I mean, I'm just gonna speak for the committee and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're all kind of acknowledging that there have been piers and volleyball and horseshoes and all sorts of things for decades. And I think as we look at the CUP, like, I almost want to split the CUP if we legally can, to basically say, instead of coming back in 2 years or whatever and having the entire thing, like, okay, here's the CUP kind of in perpetuity for all that other stuff. Now we are hashing out some issues having to do with the sound stuff. I thought we were gonna sit here tonight and talk about decibel limits and what exactly does a cabaret license do? I had no idea we were gonna hear, we may not be able to discuss late at night things. And so I'm really concerned as to, like, how can we recommend something that our corp council is saying we don't know the answer to? So there's almost a part of me that wants to say, let's at least approve this part over here. And maybe this is a question to the chair, through the chair to Andy, or maybe to corp council. Like, can we in some way move things along by saying, let's approve all the other stuff, and let's get some answers on this other thing and bring it back in a month or something. I don't know. That's just an idea to discuss.
One of the points of conversation yesterday in the work meeting was, what does that other stuff mean? I was at St. Therese Festival and they were doing a bags tournament and that was amplified. And so could an amplified bags tournament happen after dusk was actually part of the conversation, and
I left it.
Clearly,
Didn't hear that. Okay, yeah.
But so that would be another, amplified sound, not just amplified music. I know that music is covered under the cabaret license, but what's the other stuff that still becomes amplified? So, yeah, sorry. I wish I could just throw that and get an answer. Supervisor Meadows.
Just some couple of comments here. Just because something has been going on for decades doesn't mean it's the right thing, especially if they're not within the ordinance. They have a cabaret license that allows them to use amplified music until dusk. If we were to turn this down, that doesn't change at all, in my understanding, correct? They can still do that until dusk and nothing changes. They're just seeking to do it above and beyond.
No.
Is that not true?
That would not be true, because the conditional use permit, as indicated by ordinance, has a provision that states right here, there shall be no outside music speakers or live music. So the cabaret license is a mechanism that allows for it to occur, but then to have the ability to do outdoor amplified music, and then the conditional use then would allow it right now, but right now it is not permitted.
So right now, they're not allowed to do outdoor music at all.
Wait, what?
In other words, correct?
They have a cabaret license that says it.
I have
If I could, just so I can
If I
explain,
chime in, go on.
on the deck and anywhere the cabaret is approved, that is where
We keep
the
it.
license.
Yeah.
We need to-
All right, sorry.
You need to.
And it started with a heavy caveat that this is not the area I normally deal with. And again, I'm brought into this today to prepare for this evening's meeting. Having said that, I'd almost rather defer to Andy because it is what he deals with, but my understanding is that the zone that the resort is in does not permit outside amplified music without the conditional use permit. So we have two different things going on. We have a cabaret license, which is necessary for certain things, and we will need a conditional use permit to facilitate some of those things. Because the cabaret license is gonna cover things beyond just outdoor music.
Is the deck considered outdoor music or is that considered indoor? If it's on the attached deck?
Why lawyers get paid a lot of money.
From my experience at the city, I believe cabaret allows you to be on the deck. It does not allow you to be outside, but you should be on the deck going that direction. As opposed to there going this direction.
So I'll go back to my comments then. So just because they've been doing outdoor music forever doesn't mean it's been shouldn't be technically allowed to do so. And it sounds like we're trying to approve a license because they've already been doing it for 20, 30 years. That doesn't seem right to me. As a property owner buying a property, they have a right to seek a redress of grievances to ensure that their neighbors are following the ordinances as written on the books. And it sounds like they are not to date. So that, from my understanding, they frequent, according to your testimony, they frequent the bar. They go to listen to the music already. And I don't know that they're willing or wanting to enforce that outdoor noise ordinance beyond dusk, but I don't know. But it seems like we're just trying to approve this because it's already been done. And that just rubs me the wrong way.
But the stage is new, the music was on the dome.
Okay, anyone else on the committee? Yep,
Thank you.
Supervisor Burton.
Madam Chair, I heard from Port Council, I heard him say the word Trump. We can't, we can't adopt this policy the way it's written and the way we discussed it in work session yesterday, because we still legally would not trump the cabaret. I heard that. I just want an answer to that. Is that correct? We cannot approve this document in front of us because it does not, because the cabaret, it takes precedence. That's what I heard. Is that correct?
Is that correct? That's what you heard.
In regards to the hours that are being requested beyond daylight hours.
So we can't approve this the way it's written. It has to be dusk. Or the cabaret has to be adjusted. And I would be willing to just give up the floor just for a minute, but I want to continue this. But if the Supervisor Decker can elucidate and help on this, I would be willing to hear that. But I'd like the floor back after she comments, if it's on this issue, on this item.
If we have other businesses doing events after dark with music, there has to be some sort of license, permit, something to be able to do that. Or there.
One would think, yes. And again, that's what I'm saying. I'm
So,
speaking somewhat in the abstract. There may be a mechanism. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
so if there is, then she could get a permit for that. Or license, or whatever it is.
One would.
However, that could be, because other places have cabaret licenses and still are able to do it after dark somehow.
So, okay,
So
thank
can we
you.
put in wording?
I'll take the floor back.
Okay.
Unless I'm missing this, you can, I don't want to disorganize the meeting, but it sounds like another condition would be that it has to comply with other permits and approvals, including cabaret or whatever else. That would be another condition that we would add to this. But I see our chair shaking.
Well, I just, not cabaret, because that's what we've been discussing, so there's gotta be.
Any other
license.
it would be cabaret or any other approval. So we would have to add that as a condition. Otherwise, this is lawful for us to approve.
Right.
We can't approve it here today. So I want to address that to Andy, based on what we heard from council. Can you advise the committee on this point that I have the floor on? And if you need help from council.
Yeah, I think, so there's one aspect that I think the committee needs to be aware of, and that is in regards to 3B here, which is to allow for outside music and live music. So if you have a decision on that, that's in affirmative, then it would be to look at what the cabaret license says. And the cabaret license then says that you can then have outdoor music, amplified music until during daylight hours.
So, can we write this so it's not specific, but it's permitted in accord with other approvals instead of the specific way that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I
That's
think
the
what
advice.
happened is that
That's the advice
section here would be, write this note right here, no later than 11, is that we would have to eliminate this note. Because,
Or
Right,
it could be if approved, through other required licenses.
it could be if there is such a mechanism that exists.
If such a mechanism exists. So could we add that language there, the way I'm saying, so at least we're not knowingly adopting?
We can, if the committee agrees to that, we will add that.
Do you want to make an amendment? or-
can I make a motion to amend the CUP to add, I would say, above line, or below line 4, because that talks about cabaret licenses, that, she will,
I'll do it on the fly.
okay. Gotta love that, it's very official. She will obtain, any permits or licenses required to, play music after hours allowed by the cabaret license.
After
Or
dark.
her, in
Well, I'm just saying allowed by the cabaret license.
in accord with the hours stated in the CUP.
Yeah.
No,
No,
So if it's already listed in the CUP, you don't have to re-reference it.
and it would
And
be
same thing if
amplified
it's in
music.
the
It's not just.
cabaret
music, it's
license.
amplified.
Right.
To me,
You could
it's,
have bluegrass without amplifying. She can have whatever music without the amplifier.
but,
That is
so
true.
now,
That was
let's
the
let
question I
Andy
had.
write this, and then I want the council to look at it and advise us between the council and Andy.
Supervisor Duffy, you had it worded a different way.
Yeah, I think that's our acid daylight hours. Well, I said something about,
We're referencing back to
Extend-
cabaret.
yeah,
license, yeah.
past the hours allowed in in the
Yeah.
cabaret ordinance. Beyond,
So right now, it wouldn't be permissible, but if some, qualifying permitting process would allow after dusk, then it would be permissible.
Mhm.
That's these.
and we're not naming it here because we don't know
Yeah,
exactly what it
because
is.
we don't have the,
Or if I'm incorrect, and the cabaret license
Yeah.
has a mechanism
Right,
to permit.
but we would need counsel on that at some point, you know? But at least we're not adopting something.
Does that equal with what you're wanting this to say?
I refer to court counsel and ask him if that is adequate.
Yeah. Between,
And is this a friendly amendment, sort of?
No, I made a motion.
let's,
I don't think she's finished with her.
let's wait for.
I mean,
council
we need
to
for
see-
council to
let's
say
wait
if-
For council to see if we need to tweak that.
I'm comfortable that covers the intent of the.
The intent,
Are you good,
and
Andy?
that then would also have to mean this note would have, well, I guess I could still,
We could still require that,
if such mechanism is.
right? So can I get a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay.
We have
We can still discuss.
Yeah, that's,
Seconded that, go ahead.
and I just wanted to understand the actual verbiage, but what was it again? Can you just restate the amendment?
Read it.
Applicants will obtain any permits or licenses that will allow outdoor amplified music after daylight hours beyond what is permitted by the cabaret license.
That seems to make sense. From our stand.
Yeah, I think it reflects what our intent
Well,
is.
what if the cabaret license permits it to go till,
Then it would.
Then we're okay.
That's what,
then we're okay.
Yeah.
Right,
any further discussion on that,
on the amendment.
on that motion to change it? On that word, those words. Number 5, any further discussion on number 5?
I have a question. Who seconded the amendment then?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was gonna make sure.
No further discussion. All right. Youth and governance, how do you vote?
On the amendment
On,
only.
on just number 5.
Aye.
All right. All others?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? All right, so the motion carries, for number 5.
Just as a point of question here, is 5 a completely new
Yes. It just moved, yeah.
5 on here would be different than what's on your paper.
Everything shifted down after
Okay.
that.
It was saying after
6 was 5,
Mhm.
correct.
Okay.
Supervisor
Gertson?
Madam Chair, I have the floor. I don't wanna, if someone had their hand up before me, I would go into relinquish. But if you heard me earlier, when I looked at this stage and I didn't see the pictures this way, but I did see them on the aerial map. And I heard that this stage was functioning for 3 years. And when I look at the footprint, it looks like, and I could be wrong, I'm not the owner, but at least it would be cool if an effort could be made to move that stage right off, so it's not 10 feet away, so it's further away than 10 feet. And, I mean, if I were owning it, it would be cool if people could be around it instead of just 2 or 3 sides, but I probably don't know what I'm talking about. We could later ask them to weigh in on that, but I don't want to make it mandatory. But I would like to, it might help meet the zoning rule on the decibels, because 10 feet away, you're gonna really take a risk of hitting the decibels, the higher risk, so it helps everybody to do that. It kind of meets the intent. But maybe it's not feasible, but at least I would like to reflect that. I'll relinquish the floor to Supervisor Carroll.
So in my understanding here, I see the pictures, I see the descriptions from the community, from other people, from the neighbors. Really, I think that deciding on what happens with the stage really falls in the hands of the permitting process. So I don't think it's for us as a committee to even to talk about that, to say it should be here, it should be there, because it's really should be permit driven.
We want.
Yeah.
I think I voted that.
And the wording is in here, I had that added.
So if we.
Because that's what it says in here. So I don't think it's for us to even to discuss that.
So, but what are they gonna look at in the permitting? Are they gonna look at the decibels in the permitting?
Well, they'll look at the construction.
Yeah.
And make sure that in a case, if it's an exempt zoning permit, that it meets the setback. For a zoning permit, the 10 feet would be the setback.
And it would, right? I mean, the 10 feet would be our setback. So already it meets it. They'll look at the electrical, they'll look at other.
They'll look at the construction, and it's a commercial property, and so it'll go through the commercial public situation, review.
But we're looking at something broader than that. We're looking at the county or unincorporated areas in the county. The decibels are part of that. And so, the construction and the electrical doesn't look at that. So by looking at possibly moving it, that would then take that into consideration. It would take into consideration. So
If it's believed that, right, that there will be problems with the sound, I mean, certainly moving it is one aspect. Requiring something other than canvas for the backdrop would be another aspect that could be put in play to help alleviate potential issues with noise. We don't exactly know what the decibel level is.
Might already be over as it is.
Wouldn't it just follow the noise ordinance that we have, that we referenced in the conditional use? So to me, it's not, again, I don't think it should be for us to decide if a canvas or a tarp or a wall or anything is required. It's based on what the noise ordinance is. So to me, if there's an event that requires something, maybe more substantial than a canvas, maybe more substantial than a wall, I don't know, than nothing. Maybe it's just nothing and you're still fine. I don't know. But I don't think that's for us to decide, because we don't have the technical expertise to make that decision.
And you're operating under the assumption that she is already exceeding the decibel level. We don't know that. We have no proof of that. And if there's no complaint or no official, this is what the decibel level is, someone came out and measured it, so we have no proof that it is. So we need to operate under the assumption, because our conditional use permit says she has to operate under, I would believe that she will operate under because she's agreeing to this condition. And if her decibel levels are too high, she will rectify the situation by possibly moving the stage, possibly putting up different sound barriers. I mean, even planting some trees or something, you know,
a big wall.
or something, or putting up a fence or whatever that she to comply with the conditional use permit, she would do what is necessary.
Right, thank you for, the other supervisors helping me while I have the floor. And the arguments are, compelling. But one more question I have while I have the floor to Andy. My plan commission in the village, I remember them, weighing in on locations of major multi-million-dollar buildings. Is that your recall too? I mean, you do advise the Village of Summers. I remember that happening multiple times on something way bigger than this.
Well, and we refer to the ordinance and what the required setbacks are.
I get that, but beyond that, if we're going, if we say, this building, your building here, it's within the, within all of our zoning rules of the Village of Summers, which is incorporated, so we're not following the county, but we would like you to consider putting it here. That has happened, I remember.
And that is when we get into site plan review.
Yeah.
So we aren't in site plan review with this, but the site plan review does get into those other aspects.
It'll just work better here with access and egress and all that, with the noise and odors and all, and lighting and all that stuff, even though it goes beyond the specifics of our rules. Site plan review, then just make sure, is this thing good where it is?
That would be correct, but in this case, site plan review doesn't happen.
Other than the discussion we're having right now, because this is a tiny little stage, not a multi-million-dollar warehouse.
Right, they would just be going through the permit process, which would make sure that it meets the required setback for the district.
All right, okay, I'll drop my discussion. I'm just saying it does happen at much bigger circumstances than this, but I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, just to be clear that we all agree, Wheatland has authority conditional use permit. Okay. Any further discussion?
So it sounds like from my understanding of the amendment that was just added, that points back to the existing cabaret license that they cannot perform amplified music after dusk unless they obtain an additional license to do it on occasion. So that would give you the ability to hold a wedding or a fundraiser or whatever if they obtain the proper licensure. But other than that, that would satisfy them to say they can't do that unless they obtain this other additional license. So it sounds like a pretty decent compromise between both parties here. So I think
There's something out there that court counsel doesn't remember and it's already in the cabaret license or doesn't know about it.
With just the one, I just have,
No.
she asked me, I said, see if you wanted me to confirm.
Okay.
There's a motion.
So another, if I could, just one more thing here, section, conditional use permit, item number 3, D as in David, it says there shall be no outside music speakers or live music. How does the, how do we get around that aspect of the conditional use permit, or how is that addressed?
That's an amendment to it, which would then is with this note. So that would be, so as we've discussed in any other situation, the conditions within the conditional use that are preset, that those can be modified, right? We can add to them, and in this case, the request is to modify to allow for outside music.
So how does that, right now in the copy that I have, it isn't modified, it's still in there. So how do we?
Well, we can change it more. Right now, we're doing it through the note, but if we want to modify it differently, we can.
Okay.
Because what we're indicating is that how we kind of frame this is that we indicate with what the conditions are, and then we put notes on what the request is. And if the conditional use permit gets approved, it gets approved with the notes for the modifications.
So this,
Yes, no,
so
please.
line, D ensures that she can, D and the note underneath ensures that she can only do live music 10 times. If you combine those two together, correct?
Correct, that's, the
Okay.
note is indicating 10 times, May to October, everything that it is stated there.
But the unitalicized line is saying she can't do it any other time, aside from these 10 times,
Well, that would be correct.
correct? Okay, so, all right.
However, I have a question if I may. So with that, with just having a cabaret license, she can do it anytime from until dusk.
Yes.
Right. But then I have to go get that other thing. I'm just trying to understand all this stuff.
I think the key, Supervisor Brown, is inside.
No,
Cabaret
permits outside.
Well,
Permits,
It
yeah.
does.
this is where we're interacting these two things.
This,
No, it does.
So outside of the,
According to the cabaret license, there's sections in there that allow it outside.
Not on dusk.
Right.
Yeah, but it
it
is
does,
outside.
but the zoning ordinance does have a conditional use to not allow it, and then in this case, it would be to allow it.
Okay, so we
They have
have,
to work together.
so we have the authority to say, put a comma instead of a period after music and say, except for.
On D, here,
Because I feel like note applicant is requesting does not, sound very authoritative.
okay, we should accept for. And then so remove the note.
Oh, all I'm trying to point out is that that it may be conflicting, and I don't want that to be misconstrued.
So it could say, except for the ability to host, and then the rest of it.
You can take that.
Ability,
No, take out applicant is requesting and change that to the.
oh, I see.
So except for the ability to host 10,
No,
and then have that all on the same as one paragraph.
But the amendment would still require an additional permit to do so.
Mhm. That's number 5.
As long as we're just editing that note, can I prove the chair, whoever's got the floor in this one? They
Well, no,
The chair can make the meeting as formal or informal as she likes.
yes. So the chair, you.
Got it.
Okay, Supervisor Robinson, and then we'll come back to you.
Could I just say over here on where it's talking about the solid canvas backdrop, could we say at minimum a solid canvas backdrop? Because otherwise she decides she wants to put in the cement wall she was talking about earlier. She's gonna have to come back before this body in order to request that, and that's ridiculous. So,
You would not.
what,
but it's saying here she has to do a solid canvas backdrop. Maybe she wants to go
Oh, I
get
see what
happy
you're
duty,
No.
sounds,
And then
like let's say at minimum.
Wall, and she wants to take down the canvas.
Right, exactly.
Backdrop, this bill says she still
They
has
have to have it, and so I'm saying at minimum, a canvas backdrop, that gives us our minimum. She can go to town doing whatever it is else she wants to do that makes it even more
Better.
better, and that way she's not having to come back here. And they're having the potential to have
Is everybody
even more.
motion to make that?
Let me just make some money.
All these changes that should be addressed.
I think this is all part of one
amendment.
Motion.
motion to amend.
super
To amend item D.
correction.
I guess if they're going to ask, are there any other suggestions on the amendments to item 3D? So can we just go ahead and read what it's gonna say then?
Needs a T after the at minimum, in the parentheses with.
So
Before we go on,
There we go.
so let's do that change, but I just wanted to ask Supervisor Carroll, was your, Was this addressed the way you had in your mind? It seems like it is, but I'm not sure.
It is, it seemed like,
Right.
simply just saying a note and the applicant is requesting
good.
is not
Okay,
very, was not very descriptive and it'd be subject to interpretation.
But now you're good, the way we did it.
Right, because we didn't accept
Right.
for the,
All right, good.
to,
Is there any desire then for B to be changed with the note? To alleviate the note and to connect it?
let's just handle 3D right now.
Okay.
I have a question if you don't mind.
Sure,
The last sentence in 3D, alternative or additional measures to alleviate sound and light disturbance to neighboring property may be required by the Kenosha County Planning and Development Section Education Committee. What does that mean? I mean, can we approve this and then 4 months from now, we tell her we vote and we tell her she has to put up something?
No,
Okay, because that's kind of what it sounds like to
yeah,
me.
that was
So-
the opportunity for this committee to make modifications. We can certainly alleviate that.
Yeah, because I don't
based upon
think
what was
that's needed.
discussed.
I guess I feel like the sound decibel levels of the cabaret license would adequately address that.
Right, that's why
Yeah,
I don't
I
think it's needed.
Right.
And we gave her the ability in, or put in the at minimums that also helped alleviate that issue.
That did cross my mind of saying, did we just strike that last sentence in its entirety?
So I have a question about just D, that letter. Should it say amplified live music?
The
I
The first part of that sentence of D is a copy paste right out of the additional use.
This part is-
I guess we are allowed to. Yes, I see what you're saying.
We put it amplified here.
Isn't that what speakers means?
It'd be good to have some word in
No, I would put it up by,
somewhere.
or amplified live music.
Outside amplified music or live music?
No outside music speakers or amplified live music. Yes, you're right, it is the same thing, but I feel like that says you can't have live music because or it's not amplified live music. I mean, it could potentially be, but it's not, and that's, yeah, that's what I would say.
Clauses.
Because amplified, you have to keep in mind, amplified music is the cabaret license. The conditional use permit is for any music.
So she can't, the question, can she have background music playing lightly, for out on the deck? As people are eating, so it's not dead
Not with the
quiet?
modification there.
What do you mean? I can't speak for somebody there?
According
Well,
to,
let's
wait,
discuss.
but according to the cabaret license, I believe you can with us.
But doesn't CUP supersede cabaret unless we are referring to cabaret?
They have to work together. You can't have one without the other.
Well, that's what I'm questioning, because if she has speakers up in the whatever to play, light background music or whatever, that's saying she can't do that. Is that what we want? We don't want her to be able to
That's not the
play
intent.
light music?
That's not the intent.
Then I think we should just not work with this as it comes out of the ordinance,
Okay,
because it's being modified so much that the committee just modifies it how you want it to be.
okay, can we just
So
delete
the
that first?
applicant,
Can we just delete that first part of the sentence and say the ability to host?
the applicant.
Has the ability.
Yes.
Make that D.
Make that D. Start at the indented part and say the applicant has the ability.
Yeah.
Ability to host. Is that correct? Is that what we wanted to think? Nope.
I think D back.
Additional ones, like, yeah, if we strike down the page and shoot it.
The amendment that we had,
Case she wants to give her.
to take additional license, they have,
It's to make it less.
Okay, yeah, then.
they're constricted by the
Yeah.
cabaret license unless they get another license to allow.
Right.
Yeah.
Of council, would you want to wait on our D there?
So it feels like we're addressing two two parts, two elements of our municipal code. One is the shoreline floodplain zoning ordinance,
Mhm.
and the other is the cabaret license. So, and like Director Bueller said, they have to work together, and what we're trying to do is to try to take out any conflict between the two of them, right? So I think, you know, as reading it again, I think we should eliminate the last part of the sentence after the word October. So the first sentence. Because it's, right now it says, on a stage located at the north end of the property with speakers and stage lighting to be directed in a southward direction. Yeah, and I think that that's more restrictive than it needs to be to allow the other elements of the code to judge.
Saying all that to be removed.
Because what happens if she wants to get rid of the stage?
Remove the stage.
Right.
Right.
And
I still,
we still want to, the decibel level,
Well, that's still in there.
right, and so the southward direction, more importantly, is that she stays under that decibel level wherever she's
Yeah,
playing the
yeah,
music.
right,
Well, previously, the music was played off the deck.
right.
Right.
You know, we used to have the bands on the deck, but my food's still good, it's full, of people eating. That's why it's happening.
Yeah. Just right there.
Oh, I always do too. Sorry, guys.
All right,
So we're addressing, so on this one, I feel like we're addressing the ability to have the outside music in the, for the section 12.4, the shoreline floodplain zoning ordinance. And then the other part of the conditions for approval reference the cabaret license, which then control the decibel levels and some more, you know, specifics about the property and the premise, I'd say, right? So this, I think, should only just say that there's the ability to have the events that the petitioner is requesting.
Correct. I get it.
That's what it says.
And then there's a condition that would allow for something to occur amplified after daylight hours if something exists.
And it's the ability exists.
Were you good at your question?
yeah. Oh, all right, because it was basically what you were saying. There's something that you should done.
No,
just to change this.
we're all lumping it together.
Oh,
I mean,
your first motion.
Do we even, you know,
like,
this is still part of that, so I mean, I understand, but
No, I'm sorry.
do we maintain the per town of Wheatland board's recommendation in
Can
there?
that be a separate E? You want that as a separate E, because it's a different topic, kind of?
I want to keep it in there because I want it.
Right,
Sure,
personally, but-
yeah,
But yeah, it could be,
we can leave it in there as a set.
Right.
but as a separate, as a.
but as,
Do we think that it all reads fine in letter D?
Maybe we can separate that to become E.
Should try and see.
So it's its own.
Yeah, because that's completely separate.
It still references the stage and the back of it, and I understand that we're not deciding whether the stage can stay or not at this meeting, that's a permanent issue, but, you know, it's.
Or do we just say all Wheatland's recommendations must be?
that's their only recommendation.
It's your recommendation.
But again, one could argue that it still references a stage, the canvas backdrop, and then be, again, I'm trying to reduce the amount of, you know, hurdles you might say on this, but still let the code do its job.
How about any stage instead of the
Well,
stage?
what if there wasn't a stage at all?
That,
Right.
it says if there's any stage.
No, so I was just thinking instead of, it's just saying like, subject to requirements of the municipality or of the township.
Instead of, you know,
I just put in this, if a stage is used, the back of the stage shall be fitted with adamant solid canvas backdrop to provide a sound like better.
But if the stage is not used, they don't have to put a backdrop, but they can. Correct. That seems to work. But
We don't even have to say if the stage is used. It's a, you know, as a, you know, town board's recommendation. At a minimum, solid canvas backdrop to provide sound and light barrier from neighboring property. But then I wouldn't, but again, I could foresee, well, then that's gotta be all the way around the whole property, you know, so it's like, so that's where I'm trying to be like, you gotta be careful with the words here. And
I'm just putting parentheses to show that this is addition. But that's not what we can say. This is what we're saying. So what it's saying is that if a stage is used, then at a minimum, you need to have a solid canvas backdrop. Doesn't say that you have to have a stage.
and doesn't say which way the stage is facing or where.
That's all
background is.
dictated under the decibels.
Right, right. Okay. I'll ask the committee members if you think that that is a.
Amendments, okay.
If the amendment looks
Good.
I
Okay, so all the amendments related to 3 in regards to,
Right.
All right.
So then if we're satisfied with the amendments, then I'll make a motion to amend conditional use permit number 3D to the state. The applicant has the ability to host 10 outside live music events from May to October. And then add letter E that states per the town of Wheatland Town Board's recommendation, parentheses, if a single stage is used, parentheses, the back of the stage shall be fitted with, at a minimum, solid canvas backdrop to provide a sound and light barrier from neighboring property.
now you did say a single stage, you want me to add this?
Oh, a stage is
A stage,
sorry.
Okay.
Whatever.
Second.
Okay.
Any further discussion on this amendment?
So repeat again the language that says they have to comply with other rules.
Voting.
That was the previous amendment.
Yeah,
That
we're
was-
just doing this.
okay,
Yeah, we're done.
right, good, right, good.
Okay, any further discussion about this amendment?
All in favor? Oh, sorry, youth and governance.
Aye.
All right, rest of the committee. All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
So Supervisor.
We're on the main
Robinson.
motion now, right?
Wait, Supervisor Robinson had,
Yeah, I want, before we vote on the main motion, because I think we're almost at the point of doing that. I just want clarification from all of these amendments that we've done. We've gotten some of the stuff written down as far as what we just did, what we just amended. My understanding then is she has the ability to request to host 10 outside live music events from May to October, which stops at dusk.
Currently.
Unless she can apply for this special license that allows her to go until 11. All of that has to be covered underneath the cabaret license with the decibels. And we are approving all the other activities that are currently going on. I just want to clarify that both for us, for myself, and so that they understand exactly what we're about to vote on. Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm getting that.
I believe you're correct.
And I have one other thing. So as the owner of the establishment, the applicant, we've made some changes here. And just as Supervisor Decker asked you at the beginning of the meeting, have you reviewed and do you understand the conditions? Do you review and understand the conditions that we just amended and changed?
Yes, I do.
And do you agree to that?
Yes, I do. And then just as long as I can get that little extra, because I do have bands booked this coming up. Okay, and I'll just get that extra little license.
If there is that ability to do so, right? Because on these conditions, you will be required to sign them. that you agree in abide.
Okay. Yeah, that's,
And we, as a board committee, are limited to follow the ordinances and the municipal code that's set before us.
but I do have one question. So if I get that extra little license for like September, 7th,
If there is one, they have to check if there is one.
because that's my hold down. Okay.
Or your hold down only lasts until dusk. Those are.
For amplified.
Yeah, for amplified music, and then you have not, yeah, then you have an acoustic hold down after.
I can have acoustic hold down until 11 o'clock at night. Oh, okay. All right. We'll figure this out.
If, again, it's subject to that.
Not amplified.
I can see that.
Now,
All right.
Everybody should go.
Supervisor Gersten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we made a lot of changes to this. I'm only one member of the committee, but I'm okay with another very brief comment from the proposer. Let's say 2 minutes, and from the objectors, say 2 minutes. If the rest of the committee isn't okay with that, that's up to them, but I'm okay with some brief comments from both parties. Let's say limited to 2 minutes.
Do you have anything to say?
no, I'm glad it's, no, I'm good.
Call the question.
I'm good.
Anything?
All the questions. All right, all in favor of the motion to approve the conditional use permit with the amendments?
Subject to the conditions
Yeah,
as stated.
subject to conditional use permit.
We always have to say that, right, Andy?
Conditions as stated. All right, youth and governance. Aye. All right, ready?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Whatever, I don't know.
Oh, this is.
Andy, thank you. I'll tell you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah,
Thanks, everyone.
5 minutes.
I expect to see all of you out for 15.
Okay. 8-minute recess. Now you know, we are people are like on the office.
You know, I didn't hear anybody say we were taking a break.
I just said it.
You had to plow through, so you got that.
See if I can join.
Let me see.
Yeah.
I'm sure that thing was not back and forth like this.
Yeah.
Music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be bad.
I'm trying to adjust this here.
Well, that's good to know. That's
there.
When I was in school for it.
From there.
Yeah, there you go. Right now, it's starting.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and restart.
So with this, we can, items as stated earlier, 6 and 7 are tabled and remain tabled, and for the committee, we anticipate that this will end up going in September. So then we can move on to item number 8, which is the review and possible approval resolution requesting approval of the formation of a Rock Lake Management District within Kenosha County pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 33.25. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joe to give some direction and some background for this.
So, yeah, just basically sort of laying the table and then we'll move into the public hearing. Essentially, I just want the committee to understand that, this is not, an item where the, county is, taking a position one way or another, a proponent or opponent. This is a situation where the county received a, petition, seeking the creation of this, lake protection district. By statute, at the point in time in which, the county clerk, verified that it met the minimum, or at least the minimum statutory requirements, it then had to be scheduled for a, public hearing. That's what this is, this evening, and that sort of kicks off the further, proceedings. There'll be an opportunity for, individuals to speak for and against, like any other public hearing. The question potentially by the proponents can be questioned by the committee. You know, I can give a little bit of guidance in terms of what the considerations that are supposed to be undertaken by the committee are. I also probably should advise upfront, and again, Andy and I have spoken about this. I believe that this is a reverse of a lot of the things you do where you can consider them just at this level and be done with the committee level. This item, I believe, has to be heard by the county board. This committee would essentially report, if you will, favorably or unfavorably, because the board acts through resolutions. You have a resolution in front of you if that's how the committee decides to proceed. But essentially, this is one of those rare occasions where even if the committee, for whatever reason, were to not respond favorably to the petition, the board would still have to take it up. I think that's a legal requirement. So, am I missing something?
I don't think so.
I think we covered. All right. So with that, I'll turn it back to the committee. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So, sorry, yeah.
One question on Corporation Council. Again, I think it's more so to set the stage for what is the authority of this committee, given the request in front of us, what are the points that we should be looking at, or that are relevant to creation of the district or not creation of the district, according to the statutes.
So, thank you. That's a good question. The ultimate findings that the board would have to make would be that the petition is signed by the requisite number of owners, that the proposed district is necessary, that the public health, comfort, convenience, necessity, or public welfare will be promoted by the establishment of the district, and that the property to be included in the district will be benefited by the establishment of the proposed district. So those are the legal findings that have to be made.
Thank you.
Correct. So is there a petitioner for this who wishes to speak? Okay, please state your name and station. Your name and station.
Okay, my name is David Hope, President of Rock Lake Restoration Association, and I'm bringing a petition. What I would hope to do is to talk about where we were, where we are, and where we hope to be. So I would read a prepared statement, if that's all right with you. During the last 29 years, I've seen invasive species in the form of Eurasian water milfoil take over the shallow areas of Rock Lake. As lakefront owners, we formed a lake association, paid for a plant survey, an aquatic plant management plan, purchased harvesting equipment, and secured a permit to begin harvesting these last 12 years. Despite this, last year we were alarmed at the return of the milfoil, so much so that we contacted Craig Helker with a DNR, excuse me, to tour the lake and make an assessment. Discovering more than 25% of invasives, it was determined that something more than harvesting was needed. We then mailed to riparian owners an invitation to an informational meeting at the Village Hall to discuss necessary treatment methods, as well as a proposal to form a lake district to raise needed funds. Due to declining membership, our lake association can no longer financially provide for the lake management necessary. We calculated a sample lake district budget showing each property with anticipated taxes. During this meeting, we polled those present, with 85% voting yes for both herbicide treatment and lake district. Following this, we sent out a mailing to riparian owners, including a map of the proposed district, and a petition was also circulated to secure the necessary signatures for the required 51% approval by the owners of the land area involved. We were pleased to receive petition signatures for 65% and overwhelming approval. The petitions circulated were signed, sworn to by those circulating, notarized and turned into the clerks of both the Village of Salem Lakes and Kenosha County, dates stamped and further sworn to by me. A village board meeting was held and a resolution to approve the formation of Rock Lake Management District was discussed, brought to a vote, and approved unanimously. Our 5-year harvesting permit will expire at the end of this year, and our aquatic plant management plan must be updated to secure permits for the future. Our association has encouraged turning an abandoned fire lane into a public launch, and thanks to our village, we now have a public launch complete with pier. Due to the installation of the launch, we can now compete for a state grant to offset the cost of required plant survey and subsequent plant review. Without this grant, we could not continue to make the efforts we've made in the past. As you can see, we've been busy. We now seek the approval of the county board for the formation of Rock Lake Management District as we attempt to manage Rock Lake for the benefit of all who reside in the area, protecting their property values and providing for this great recreational resource. This at no cost to the county. Respectfully requested, Dave Hope, President, Rock Lake Restoration Association. Questions?
Questions? I am looking at the Rock Lake proposed lake district map.
Try to bring that up.
Yes, please. Yes. So can you explain how you came about this district in blue as your proposed lake district area?
Well, we looked at the situation, we met as an association board and decided that what we wanted to do was to have, the perimeter of the lake with riparian owners only. That is the perimeter of the main lake. So we started at but we needed a landmark to reference, which we were encouraged to cite with chapter 4 of the state statutes. So we started at what you might call the right side of the channel that goes back to a spillway and went around the lake clockwise and ended up on the other side. So we went from right side of the channel to left side of the channel, and all properties in between are contiguous.
At the top, you have a property that is not outlined in yellow. Why is that? Or is that just an error?
There is probably 2 parcels, and then there's what appears to be a blank property. That particular property is the launch, that's the boat launch.
Okay, the one at the top, I would say 3 parcels in from the edge.
Correct.
Okay, so that's where the boat launch is.
Yeah, and that property belongs to the village.
Okay, and now why, on the lower right-hand corner, why do you have that big property in there when they are not? It doesn't look like they joined the.
It doesn't look like they're waterfront, and they are not. The history of that is that was at one point, that owner, Rick Honecker, contacted the village and said, I would like to put my pier out to the water. And they gave him permission to do that. So I think it's fair to say that that would be the only property that presently is not on the lakefront. But I don't know that that was a requirement, that it had to be lakefront. It is our understanding that there is an issue that will come up whereby that property, which is somehow listed as a beach, will in fact be part of that Honecker property. So that's kind of.
That beach?
Pardon me?
Who owns that beach?
That's the village. That's village property. And in order to cross over that, which is basically that area is underwater and it's under cattails. So,
So the beach isn't a beach, it's a swamp area?
yeah, it's all cattails. It's not really a beach. I suspect at one point in time, it may have been a beach, but it has since filled in.
And the public park outlaw, that is also village property, or no?
I'm sorry, that.
Yes, that right there.
Yeah, that is also village property. It is an outlot, but it's my understanding, it belongs to that parcel. And I think there's a parcel number that is associated with it.
It belongs to what parcel? The beach parcel?
It belongs to the park. That's park area there. And the outlot is part of the park.
So the beach property is considered a park, or am I?
The beach property is part of the village property.
Right.
So you have Wilson Runyard Park. And toward the road, you have an outlot. And then around that curve, you have an area which was marked, I think, on the map of beach. And that, along with the park, that is village property.
Okay. Now, to Corporation Council, is there wording in the state statutes of who should be included or excluded from a lake district? And does this conform to the state statutes? I know, because I just recall from the creation of Silver Lake Management District, there were specific requirements that it had to be, it was all in state statutes.
Supervisor, when I was looking earlier today, I didn't find something specifically in the statutes that spoke to that issue. In reviewing the manual that was put out, I believe by UW Extension, it did not appear that there was a problem with including that the Honaker property. I suppose what I should say is it can only include territory found to be benefited by the establishment of the district. So that's the legal requirement.
Okay. And what is that, spillway, that's what it's called? That is not benefited by the district? Because those properties are excluded from this. Is there, is there a reason?
That question was directed at me, because I can't speak to it.
I just know it's very specific of who should be included in a lake district and who should not. And so was it researched of if the people on the spillway should be in the district or not?
I don't know what you mean by research.
As in like discussed with an attorney?
No. We had to make a proposal. And the proposal was we wanted in the district all those that were on the main lake, rather than include areas that were off of the main lake. That was just a decision that we made and a proposal that we suggested.
Okay, my question is, was that decision, did you get an opinion from an attorney if that follows state statutes? What was decided on who to include?
No, we did not. I've also looked at the situation was referenced earlier about Silver Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Silver Lake properties, the people that are in the district are only those that are on the lake.
Correct, but Silver Lake doesn't have a spillway like this. That's why I'm questioning it. Because I don't want the district to be set up incorrectly as to who is in the district. And I only say that because when Silver Lake was being proposed, there were rumors flying around that like the whole village was going to be included, or that once they formed the district, then they could add properties to it and things like that. And that was what happened in Silver Lake. So I don't want things,
Sure.
They hired attorneys and paid attorneys to make sure that everything was done correctly according to state statutes. Have you had any attorney review this to ensure that everything is done
No.
according to state statute?
No, we have not hired an attorney. We have not worked with an attorney. What we do on the main lake in terms of harvesting, we really have never had the ability or opportunity to do that in the channel that goes to the spillway, because it's completely overgrown. And the muck is very deep. And there was a point in time when we harvested with a cutter type harvest. And I got special permission on the permit to cut my way into the spillway, turn around and cut my way back out. That was it. That permission disappeared. So I don't know what to say. We just did not consider that. I thought, maybe I'm wrong, I thought that was our prerogative to propose a district as we wanted to see it developed, without any advice from council to say you can or you can't, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I think the questions are to the petitioner at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
So how much would the cost be? How much would each parcel get assessed?
Each parcel, what we did is we drew up just as an example. We said, okay, we have a $10,000.
We got a document, sorry.
You have a document?
Yeah.
Okay. So the average, as I averaged it out, the increase in tax on a $10,000 budget would be approximately $230 a year, which would be paid in 2 installments, obviously. Yes, there are a number of properties that are larger and the taxes are larger as a result. and there are smaller parcels. Many people say the typical lake lot is about 50 feet wide. Well, that varies greatly on our lake.
And then, so my other questions are to either staff or to council. Is that okay at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, so the council, you have this 4-point test. And if, even if the 4-point test is made, the committee still could deny this, is that correct?
So again, first of all, I should reiterate.
Wait, I'll add another.
Yeah.
I understand that it then goes to the full county board too, right? So, but the committee could still deny this and the board could still deny it, even if the 4-point test is made.
I mean,
Or is that, or must we approve it if the 4-point test is made?
it appears from the statute that if the findings of the board are that the 4 tests are met, that the board shall declare its findings, shall establish the boundaries, and shall declare the district organized.
Good. So we have to approve it if this 4-point test.
If you make findings that the 4 points are met, yes.
And so that answered that question. Second question is, and this kind of goes to where Aaron's going. In work session yesterday, we talked about, there still was some question on the legal description of this, of the scope of the district. Has that been satisfied? That's to, Andy, I guess.
Well, I guess I can advise, we have suggested to the petitioners that they may want to strongly consider getting a formal, legal description of the district.
Okay. And, okay, so that's the court counsel. So, that seems to be, integral to this 4-point test. Seems to me to be, to not know what the bond is.
I will stand on my answer to President.
All right, we need to know, we need that description. We don't have that today, right? So Andy, do we have the description?
I'm sorry, I'm not, purview to exactly with what's presented. It's up to the petitioner to present everything that is needed.
Do you have a legal description?
The petition that was signed and submitted and accepted by both the county and the village indicates a description. Is it in the form that the council wants to have it in? The answer to that is no. We have contacted, we were instructed to either go to a surveyor or an attorney and have a more legal description written up. What I wrote up was something that I got from Chapter 4, the pamphlet that is sent out by University of Wisconsin Extension. And that basically says, find a landmark, a reference point. In this case, it was a channel, a reference point that is not going to disappear. And then from that point on, you'd have to list all of the parcel numbers. And there is a map that was mailed to everybody on the lake that showed all of those parcel numbers and what the district would consist of. But it is not in, I hate to use the term, the legal jargon necessary to satisfy us long-term. So we're working on that. That's part of the piece, part of the puzzle we haven't finished.
Thank you. So I think the answer is we don't have a legal on this. And so have other lake districts been approved without? I just want to take a step back with my experience with getting legal descriptions. I have found that council recommends we get legal descriptions, and all sorts of issues can occur later, either tomorrow or 100 years from now, if we don't get a proper legal description. Working when I was with the village and then all the times with the county, getting the legal is the safest way to go. Joe, is that usually the best practice to make sure we're safe going forward?
As I said, again, I think it behooves both the county and the petitioners to have a legal description. Yes.
And we do not have a proper legal description. Andy, what I mean, if we were to get a legal, it would be the typical kind of legal we see, right?
Correct, written in words.
Words.
But we don't have that in this petition, right?
There's a description, but not a legal description.
It doesn't meet the, normal standard of a legal.
Right, the language is not that of what an attorney would write or a surveyor would write. It was only sufficient to establish which parcels we're talking about.
That answers the question, for me. We don't have a legal on this.
Any other questions of the petitioner?
Can I ask a question? This 4-point thing that you're talking about that has to meet, what is that?
You mean, what are the 4 points? or
Yes,
the-
what are the 4 points?
So, again, the 4 points are that the petition is signed by the requisite number of owners. The proposed district is necessary, that the public health, comfort, convenience, necessity, or public welfare will be promoted by the establishment of the district, and that the property to be included in the district will be benefited by the establishment of the proposed district. And those are the points that you listed in your petition, but those are the points that the board ultimately has to define.
Okay. I guess the obvious question is, have I satisfied that at this point?
I can't answer that.
Okay,
I can't either. We're just learning. All right, so no other questions for the petitioner. Yes, Supervisor Carroll.
So, I've been perusing and looking at state statute 33.25, which is under the petition section, which is what they followed. So the county board under state statutes 33.24, the county board may establish a district. And it talks about having to go to the village first. It looks like we have a letter from the village signed by, so that they followed that step, went to the village, brought it to the county, and now here it is before us to decide this, it appears. Or one part of it anyway, to make a recommendation to the county board. But so section B, the necessity of the proposed district. And I guess, do we want to take these one at a time and just decide whether the petitioner satisfies a few of these items or not, or what do we think is appropriate as a committee?
I don't want to speak for the committee as a whole, but I think it's probably appropriate to continue the public hearing portion of the.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we understand what we're looking for.
All right. So now we are going to go ahead and open it for a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak for the petition? Yeah, we're going to limit everyone to 3 minutes wishing to speak for the petition. Okay, your name and your.
Just as the lakefront owner, riparian owner, we
Name and
pay,
address, please.
I'm sorry, my name is Dan McKinney. I live on the lake.
Your address.
Sorry.
What's your address?
It's late and I've been elected. What is my address? 25301. Got too many numbers.
Unfortunately, you've got a wife.
25301, 121st.
No, go ahead.
It's okay.
Too many numbers in my head. But just that, we who live on the lake, pay out of pocket for a lot of things, helping to take care of the lake. The lake benefits not only the riparian owners, but a number of people throughout the community who use the lake for swimming, boating. So since we're paying out of pocket for the lake studies, for other things to be done to the lake, we feel it was to our benefit, to the benefit of everybody in the community, that we would be able to form a district so that we could get state monies, which we pay taxes for, and to use for the benefit of the lake and the benefit not only of the people on the lake, but the entire community that uses the lake.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the petition? All right, thank you.
Hello, my name's Jim View. I'm currently the vice president for Rock Lake Restoration Association.
And your address is?
12419 Rock Lake Road. I've lived on the lake for 7 years and seen challenges of staying on top of the milfoil and other weeds on the lake. One current and ongoing challenge has been our equipment. We have been using a homemade harvesting machine known as the Dash when harvesting the weeds. I don't believe there's been 1 year since I've been involved where hasn't been some type of failure or repair that was needed. Because we are an association relying mainly on membership dues, we have not had the funds to replace this with a more dependable machine that would do the job more efficiently. On a very personal note, my sister recently lost her 19-year-old grandson to a drowning on Lake Andrea a couple weeks ago. He was swimming and got caught in some weeds. I have 15 grandchildren, and in light of this recent family tragedy, I have increased awareness and concern regarding our weeds on Rock Lake. So I'm very hopeful that by becoming the Lake District, we will at some point be able to replace or upgrade our equipment. I'm also hopeful that by becoming Lake District, we will be able to manage our lake much more efficiently with a combination of safe chemical treatment and mechanical harvesting. I believe by doing these things, our lake will be a much cleaner, safer lake for all of the public. And thank you for this consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on the petition, for the petition, for the petition?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
My name is Dale Norris. Address is 12521 Rock Lake Road. I'm 69 years old. I've lived my entire life in this lake. And I have seen the weed population grow extensively over the 69 years that I've lived here. And I'm very thankful for belonging to the association that we do, that over the last 10 or 12 years that we've been in existence, that we are trying to get something done to control these weeds. Because if you've seen the lake 69 years ago, we didn't have anywhere near the amount of weed that we have now. And if nothing is done about it, that we're trying to do right now, that it's going to get worse and worse, and it's going to get to the point where people can't swim in the lake or can't boat in the lake, and their property owners, their values will go down because people don't want to buy homes on properties that the lakes are completely covered with weeds. I mean, if you look over the records of how many houses have been sold in the past years, most of them are sold in the wintertime, because you come out and look at the lake now and see the weeds, they don't want to buy a house on this lake. Most of the time they buy houses when the weeds are down before they're grown up, where they can't see the weeds. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for the petition?
My different address. 12459 Rock Lake Road. And it's Alvin Evans. I'm probably a news member for the lake. I like the association. I like what they're doing already. And I'm by trade, I'm a historical restorations professional. So I do historical restoration. And when you talk to someone like that, I can't see why you wouldn't want the lake or back though. He was when he was growing up. You know, I got grandkids. I want them to be able to enjoy a lake like that. I just wanted to let you know that I'm all in favor of restoring the lake.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for the petition? Anyone else wishing to speak for the petition? All right. Anyone wishing to speak against the petition? Same rules. Name, dad, question.
Sure. My name is Eric Nielsen. My address is 12403 Rock Lake Road, and I've been a riparian resident for over 20 years. Let me just tee it up front. I'm all for lake stewardship. I'm all for taking care of Rock Lake. I'm all for a lake district that is properly organized and designed. I am against this specific petition that's in front of you right now, because it does not address the full scope of issues that the lake is facing. And the method in which the properties that are in the Lake District are selected are, they're not appropriate, let's put it that way, in fairness and an equity relative to the benefits that would be achieved from having a Lake District versus the financial burden that's being asked of the 48 or 49 people that are in this designated lake district that you see there. Specifically, in terms of the design of the area of the lake, and it was referred to before as the main body of the lake. What this ignores is the channel that was pointed out that's up in the northwest corner. This is a critical channel to the life of the lake because it provides the natural outflow of it. It is regularly clogged up with weeds and tree limbs and other junk, and there is nobody having responsibility for this. This needs to be included in the Lake District. As part of this channel, there is also a weir at the end of it. And despite the efforts of Manny here in the room, nobody has taken responsibility in the village for this weir. This is a very old, it's a very, it's in a condition that is unknown. And the absence of maintaining this and regularly inspecting it creates an environmental hazard for this lake, as well as the communities downstream from the outflow. So any lake district has to include this channel and the associated weir. The other aspect of this, in terms of the definition of this area, is somebody referred to or referenced the boat launch that is nominally, well, it's owned by the village, but only nominally maintained by it. This boat launch is the only reasonable ingress and egress point for boats going in and out of the lake. It's on the, just to the right of the channel there. And this must be included in any lake district, because if it's not included and properly maintained, including having some kind of wash station that will take care of cleaning boats that are going in and out, anything we're doing to maintain weeds on the lake is just going to be for naught, because of the fact that invasive species, whether they be weeds or marine life, are going to be able to come in.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you.
Hi, what's a weir?
What's a weir?
It's similar to a dam.
Okay, thank you.
There's rolls of water in now. There's one other key point that I won't speak to it, but you need to look at it. The inclusion of this 8-acre Honaker property down at the south end of the lake totally distorts the representation that this is something that's approved by 60% of the owners. Most importantly, it totally distorts the financial impact. And this is 24% of the voting power because of its 8-acre size compared to an average lot size of a half acre. They're only paying 5% of the expected costs in this, 10,000 thing.
I thought you weren't going to speak to him.
Well, and I won't, but you need to be aware, this is not a trivial issue. The presence of this lot totally distorts the perceived view of support, as well as the economics that the 48 other property owners are expected to bear.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak against the petition? Anyone else wishing to speak? Sorry, go ahead.
My name is Johan Elin. I'm at 12052 255th Avenue. I've been on the lake for 40 plus years. I'm sorry, not on the lake. I live in the neighborhood. I have the view, but not the taxes. I'm not included in the district. But the district has some severe flaws, and the 8 acres is certainly one. I was here at the county building, exploring a permit, and asked about the property that has the pier going across, and it is owned by the village. And when I went to the village then and spoke with Cassandra personally for about 45 minutes about it, and they had no record of this pier being okayed. And the pier actually crosses village property, which is what was called beach. You can see, if you look at the property down in the lower right corner called beach, there is a pier that goes from the back 8 acres and crosses out into the waterway, so that this person has riparian access without paying the taxes, without any of the downside of lake ownership. and he's been doing it for a bunch of years. And my position with the Village of Salem Lakes was that this is just plain old wrong. If you don't have paperwork, because it was a handshake from never, because nobody has any evidence to prove that this was ever truly approved. And it would be right for the Village of Salem Lakes to have that pier removed, because he is not a riparian. And that 8 acres should never be included in any rights where they're looking at riparians, but the channel needs to. So if you're gonna include the lake, then include the lake, because the waters up to the dam are part of the lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against?
Yes, my name is Kim Rober. I live at 12428 250th Avenue, Toledo, Wisconsin, and I am a riparian owner. I have lived there for 31 years. When I bought my property in April, I could see the water. I understood that my front of my lot was in floodplain. The old saying, buyer beware, I knew what I was buying into. I knew that there was weeds. I knew there were cattails. I'm not stupid. I still bought the property. I love my property. But I also agree with the rest of the people. The 8 acres belongs to the village, there's a 12-foot easement, and the pier is illegal. The village is talking now, because they want to get this through. Mr. Honaker has now offered part of the village, and I am also one of the park commissioners. He has now offered that little chunk to the right, if we will give him riparian rights on the other 8 acres for the percentage. So there's a backdoor deal going. All right, don't like backdoor deals. Mr. Hokie here, he has left out some of the things that his group has done. Like the very first harvester that came in, me and many members of this community stopped the harvester from going in because it was full of milfoil. And guess what else it was full of? Want anybody guess? Okay, we know what the bug is. So it was covered, and literally took a sample, and Mrs. Eland still has that sample in her refrigerator. So we stopped that. So they bring in a harvester and try to sneak it in fast, full of weed, full of zebra mussels, and we stopped it. Second harvester, I give them credit, they did a much better job. They didn't go on any other lake, so I didn't fight with them. Then we have the third party, Mr. Honaker, non-riparian owner, applies for a permit, and this blows me away, for spraying a Roundout on the cattails. Dear God, what is wrong with people? Okay, so that pisses me off. But then Mr. Hope misspoke. I like to use another word, but I'm going to use misspoke. He had absolutely nothing to do with the boat launch. I am not a member of either of the associations. I personally got that boat launch back into the village. Neither association, so he personally, I'm going to use a nice word, misspoke. So when people misspeak, okay, go backdooring, trying to make deals, okay, don't like that either. And I don't like misrepresentation. So my personal opinion, just like him, I have nothing against helping the Lake Revenue Lake District, just not this group. I don't trust them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against the petition? Yep.
Robert Fuda, 12303 Rock Lake Road. First of all, I did submit, you have that copy? Okay, so we got that. So that covers a lot of time, I guess. I do have copies. I went through village record, the boat launch and the piers that she alluded to. I don't know if I could submit those or not, or I just keep those to myself.
Andy, do you want to?
You had a question?
Andy, do you want to? Yes.
All it is it's the minutes of it just stating that who was responsible for what happened with that, and it's not this association.
If you want to just hand it to April, that'd be great.
I also did receive an email from the village administrator on June 7th. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we have no records. And this was referring to the 8-acre parcel because I became aware of the permit that was applied for. And when I started looking at the maps, I was amazed that, wow, this guy hasn't owned that property his peers running through But yeah, he does have open applications since I think it was applied for on May 23rd. It's listed right now as pending. That's highly abnormal for a application. I don't know where that's gonna go, but so anyways, I reached out June 7th. Actually, I got a reply June 7th that we have no records that it was permitted or authorized on or across village property. Pretty simple. And they were pursuing what to do with it next. So the current association creates lanes to private piers through mechanical harvesting. You don't have to join into that, but if you want to, you can. You can also do this by manual means. You can go in the water, remove stuff you want in that same 30-foot path. You do not need a permit whatsoever. You can do 30 feet, you can do 20 feet, but as far as you want to go, you can remove native plants and invasive. The 19 out of 49 properties that are signed on, I mean, that's 39% of the properties. And then there's the elephant, the 8 acres. That really makes it, which is 23.46 of the things that was already stated. We'll skip over that. Without that property, it doesn't make it. That's pretty clear. So I guess what the association currently does is just for private pier owners. It doesn't benefit the public. So that doesn't make this a necessity to this lake. I mean, that's all they've done. That's it. Great Lanes. There's been no shoreline restoration. I don't know if they talked about that, but I can tell you in the 2015.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against the petition?
Hello.
Okay.
My name is Ryan Rendell. I live at 12435 Rock Lake Road. I've been there just about 10 years in September. A lot of my concerns have been addressed, but one thing I want to point out is one of the points that has to be met is to benefit the health of all the members here. And we don't even know, what chemicals they're planning to put in, what the long-term effects are. Obviously, if it's killing plants, it's going to be killing other things. And, my concern, it's a poison. Then you got the channel that's excluded, and then the spillway that all this stuff is going to run off to and affect other people that have no say. And that's my concern.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against the petition? Anyone else wishing to speak against the petition? Saying none, public hearing is closed.
Excuse me, could I just offer some administrative input? And it's nothing to do, it's not for or against, but in going through the package that was presented to the commission here, that there was some, corrections that need to be made in the documents just for good order. Specifically, two things: the petition to establish Rock Lake Management District. These are the certificates. Actually, there's 3 property parcels that are referenced as being part of Salem Lake's ownership. One of the parcels, the first one ending in 0480, is incorrect. It's actually a private property. I think what's meant to be there is what's called the Lubano Park, which ends in parcel number 3410990. So for the sake of good order and legal documentation, this should be sorted out. This was included in your package.
Yeah, a lot in this package.
Yeah, I know, but somebody should look at the 3 petitions that are in there.
All right.
And then the other thing in your package that was sent out, there's something called there's a certification of signatures document in there. And in the text of it, it references 20 signatures as being accepted. But when you go to the detailed summary sheet of the individual properties, there's actually only 19. Now, the numbers that were used were related to the 19 parcels, and that's what I count as the actual accepted signatures. So that certification of signatures document should be reviewed and determine which is correct. Is it the summary document or is it the actual certificate? And again, this is just for sake of good order and completeness, and so there's no misunderstanding anywhere through the process. Thank you.
Excuse me, may I have an opportunity to respond?
No, no, just so.
Okay, the very points that he's made.
Yep, you don't have an opportunity to respond, but we will go ahead and ask questions.
Yes, I have questions. So, how was in here you have a $10,000 budget. How did you come up with $10,000? And how much does it cost to do whatever you need to do to get rid of all the weeds and stuff? Where did you come up with
Well,
$10,000?
there's a lot involved in getting rid of the weeds because we have equipment that we have to deal with. And we can't harvest unless we have a plant survey, unless we have a aquatic plant management plan in force. That is running approximately $10,000. The $10,000 we hope to get a grant from the state for $10,000. 5 years ago, when we started, we got a grant for $3,000 because we had no public access. All we had was a carry-in on one end of the lake. But the $10,000 was just an example of what we could possibly run a budget with. Typically, year after year, the budget has been in the area of about $5,000. So I simply increased that by an additional $5,000, knowing that we were going to have equipment breakdowns and problems that way. So if the budget was only $10,000, then I reflected what the associated taxes would be. Now, as far as the budget is concerned with the Lake District, that budget is suggested and approved by the members of the Lake District. So if the members of that district decide that the budget ought to be $20,000, then the taxes would conceivably double. But when you change the total budget, you change the mill rate. The mill rate, as we worked it out, was approximately 0.55. So that's how I came up with the taxes. But the $10,000 doesn't necessarily say that's what the budget is going to be. It's only an example of what your taxes would be if that was the budget.
Okay, so you haven't figured out an actual budget that would be what you would levy for.
Yes, the budget has really not, if we were a lake district, one of the first things we would have to do is have an annual meeting and propose a budget.
Okay.
And we would talk about what that's going to be made up of.
But you haven't figured one out to show us what your plan is yet. You haven't figured budgeted what you would need for your first year yet.
No, we haven't gotten to that point, and that wouldn't happen until we had an annual meeting.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking that is because you're saying $10,000, but you haven't actually figured out how much the first year levy would be, which it could be $120,000. And you're giving numbers that aren't based on any actual costs, which might shock some people if their taxes go up twice as much or 3 times as much as the number that has been given out based on the $10,000. So no, that was just a comment. So question about the beach and the outlot. Sorry, I'm looking for it. Now I can't find it because there's so many pages. So the beach and the public park outlot and the boat launch, is the management district, is it their intention to work with the village to get, I guess, ownership or management of those so that the Lake District keeps those up? Or are you still gonna, is the plan to let the village still maintain those?
The latter.
The latter? Okay.
Yes.
How, to Corporation Council, do the state statutes talk about percentage of property or the numbers of property? Because
Yes,
both have kind of been thrown out.
they're two options as to how you can, meet the criteria. It's 51, at least 51% of the property owners,
Number
or
of
at least,
property owners?
or at least 51% of the property.
Okay, all right, so it's either or.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't sure if it was one or the other.
Yeah.
Okay. And then again, Joe, how is a lake management district board appointed, elected? Because some people, it seems, are concerned about who's going to be on the lake management board. It seems like they're assuming that the people that proposed this district are gonna be the board members, but is that how it works? Or what do state statutes say?
So
I know someone comes from the county.
the statute says that at the time, if the board, orders establishing the district, they appoint 3 owners of property within the district, at least one of whom is a resident of the district, to serve as the commissioners until the first annual meeting. And at that point, the board of commissioners consists of 1 person appointed by the county board, 1 person appointed by the governing body of the town, village, or city, so it'd be Salem Lakes in this case, then 3 electors or owners of property within the district elected by secret ballot.
And how,
And at least one of them has to be a resident of the district.
okay, so I'm, the first part where it says it's 3 people from, what was that?
3 owners of property within the district, at least one of whom have to be a resident.
No. Before the first vote of the board.
Right, yes.
So how do we know who those people are? Was that in the, did I miss that or?
The board appoints it, and I assume that, we would work with the petitioners to come up with those 3 names for the initial, commissioners.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And again, and they serve until the first, annual meeting.
Right, okay. So I have issues based on the budget versus what actual and just what was given for the residents. I also have serious questions about the homes on the channel or the spillway or whatever it's called, sorry, not being included. And if that's actually legal because they are part of the body of water. And so, like I said earlier, I'm questioning if these lines drawn are actually like follow state statutes. And then Supervisor Gibson has an issue with us not having an actual legal description. And I'm worried that may open us up to legal issues if things arise. So because of that, I would like to make a motion to table this petition until the information that is required is obtained and can be brought forth to this committee. And a second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I don't wanna, trump the maker of the motion or the second if they wish to comment on their motion, but or if they're okay and have completed their comments, then I would be happy to comment at this point. So. did you
Yeah, I'm
want to
done with my
comment further?
comments. Motion, yeah.
So to me, looking at this 4-point test, we have an obligation to determine whether they meet this 4-point test. The signature piece, we may have heard testimony that there might be a glitch in that. I'm not sure, but possibly there's a glitch. But I think ultimately that would be satisfied. The necessary piece, that's necessary. They need this lake district. It's very important. And I think the third test, the benefit, I think is met. I think the properties and the surrounding community will benefit. But I want to ask council, am I understanding those 3 first points properly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that, but the fourth one, I don't have comfort with the fourth one. I have heard too much testimony, and also we don't have a legal. So I think the first three can be satisfied. I think that fourth one needs to be addressed. And because of that, and our obligation is to determine whether this 4-point test has been made, I support the deferral. I support the motion. And with that, I yield.
And like Supervisor Geertsen is talking, I think that it's important if we are to table it, and it is to come back here, that we give the petitioner clear direction as to what we feel is deficient or what should be corrected before coming back to us. And the question to Director Bueller, if we table this and it takes, quite some time to get back to us, does it just remain on our agenda as a tabled item for 2, 3, 4 months, whatever it takes to come back?
So if I may, and this goes beyond the procedural niceties of this particular committee. But I'll tell you that from a statutory standpoint, as I said, the filing of the petition triggered essentially a 30-day window in which we had to have a public hearing. I believe we've satisfied that requirement, and I'm comfortable if the committee wishes to table it. But so the committee is aware of what the rest of that timeline looks like. Then within 3 months of the date of the hearing, so within 3 months of tonight, the committee needs to report back to the board. And within 6 months from tonight, the board needs to take action. So there is a time frame.
So if there is a table vote on this, we need to, so it's what, August, now, the beginning of August, September, October, November. So by the second Wednesday of November, we have to be voting on it.
To make a recommendation to report to the.
Yes, either up or down.
Well, a report could be the chair of this committee stating on the county board floor under supervisor reports that this has been tabled until more information is gathered. Or am I incorrect on that?
Is it 6 months?
Because we have 6 months to actually approve or disapprove it. But a report can just be, not saying that we have.
The language says report. So I mean, I guess my interpretation of that would be that report the findings of the committee to the board, but I don't know, I can't say definitively. So the statute says report.
Okay, but 6 months is where we have to have a
Board
decision.
has to act, yes.
Okay. The county board or this committee?
County board.
Okay, so basically we have to act within like 5 months.
Yeah.
Three.
Three.
I heard.
3.
I heard 5.
It has to be acted upon by the full board within 6 months. So to get it out of the committee, we have to act on it within
We
5
have to do it,
months.
we have to have something here.
A report, which is not a vote. We don't have to act on it, it's just a report.
Can Corporation Council confirm that?
I mean, I don't think it's an unreasonable interpretation. I'll be honest, my interpretation is, I think that the intent is that this committee will report its recommendation, but it doesn't say that. It says report. So it's not an unreasonable interpretation. I can't tell you which one is correct.
But you will tell us that by next month. Can you tell us?
I
Recommend how we should move
Yeah.
forward.
I don't know if it's a fine definition, but I mean.
Yes, recommend.
And then
how
we can, essentially, if we table it, request additional information to be back to us by the November PDAC meeting with the
No later.
appropriate, no later then we would have our,
Correct.
then we would make our vote at that time.
For whatever, it matters that I would sleep better at night. I would suggest
No, that's
October
what we're
meeting
That's what.
instead. If we are within that.
I mean, I would like
That window,
my
whatever.
actual work.
Oh, because we have 3 months to report back.
Correct.
Yes.
I want to give a reason.
So we would have to actually report back within the 3 months, which is actually the first meeting in November.
Like I said, my preference would be if we're gonna put it over, let's put it over in October. And if we still in October are looking for information, then there's some potential cushion.
Right, because because there's, the motion is to table it,
To table it until
Which
they
is-
gather the information.
but there's no timeline on that table. So, to me, is the appropriate, instead of a table, do we defer until, because I remember doing this, postpone to a future date.
I mean, and again, I don't want to speak for Andy and procedure. I think there'd be two options. Like, certainly, I think the committee could postpone it to a date certain, whatever that's deemed to be. If there is reason to think that, answers can be, ascertained in the next 30 days, possibly, and there's value in having it as a item that could come back in September if it seems like everything is ready to go. I certainly don't object to that procedure if that's something that can be done and it seems reasonable.
As a tabling,
Yes.
correct, either one.
So is tabling
That's why I
appropriate
tabled
then?
it, so we could take it up. It'll sit on our agenda until
Every
it's ready.
month.
Yeah,
That seems okay.
instead of specifically saying October.
Correct.
But we know as a committee that it has to be, that we have to. handle it.
Clock is ticking.
Okay, okay. No, that seems appropriate, as far as a table motion goes, like the other commissioners here, I too, thought that after reading the state statutes and understanding what the purpose of a lake district is, think that the channel and outlet weir should be included in that, and I'll use the example of, the Village of Twin Lakes, which is different than what this current district is here. It was created a number of years ago, and what the Village of Twin Lakes opted to do was to incorporate the entire boundary of the Village of Twin Lakes into their lake district. So that way, and my experience with that is that the village board members are actually the Lake District board members, which is different than what this is proposed. And we have several other lake districts in the county. Silver Lake, I think, has one, Camp Lake. I think Powers Lake does too, or something like that. So there are other models within the county that we already work on. And then, again, I can only speak to my experience with the Village of Twin Lakes, but every person that's within the Lake District has a vote, that whether you're a resident or non-resident. So at the annual Lake District meeting that we host in the Village of Twin Lakes, the board isn't the deciders. The board just brings the budget forward through the administration, and then everybody that's in that Lake District has a vote, and that's an equal vote. And it's not only, but it's not only one vote per property, it's one vote per resident. So like if 3 or 4 people are of a voting age at their resident, then they have that number of votes. So I just want to make sure that to explain that, because there's, proper understanding of what this district is, and whether you're for it or against it should be predicated on a full understanding of what it actually means to create this district, and who has the power, who has the authority to vote on this. And again, in the Village of Twin Lakes, it's a committee structure. There's a steering committee, and the steering committee is made up of the heads, and the districts don't have to be this elaborate, but it's a collective organization, and there's different parts to it. It certainly seems like there's a need for this, because without one gentleman said, hey, there's only little paths going to certain people's. Well, I have a feeling that's because that's all based on financial ability of it, and who contributes and who doesn't, and things like that. Well, within a lake district, well, then everybody gets a vote, and then you get to decide collectively what you want to do with it. So it kind of forces everybody to work together on that, and not just be, somewhat of a cliquey association. So I think that it's important to understand, I don't know if the proper term is bylaws, but just what the organizational structure would be and how that would all be established as well, instead of just creating a district, saying, okay, it's a district, now what? And so I think that, Supervisor Decker's comments were very wise as well, because, I think that it is going to be more dollars than the $10,000 to get it, because you're gonna have to hire an attorney to do some stuff potentially, and the grants are nice, but you got to write the grants, you got to be able to get them. So it does take some money to do all that stuff. So, and again, like the Village of, or like the Rock Lake, the Village of Twin Lakes has an outlet weir. and the village owns the property on it, but the Lake District is the one that talks about whether, you know, what happens at that weir or the structure, the outflow structure and stuff like that. So, because that controls the lake. So I think that that's, you know, important in the whole ecosystem of the lake and making sure that you include everything that's part of it. So.
Sure.
I read,
Okay,
I'm done with my comment.
okay, thank you. This is a big deal. We want to make sure it's done right. And one of the main reasons is it's a big deal because this is going to be a brand new taxing authority, which is a big deal. So we want to make sure we're doing everything according to state statutes. Everything, you know, is looked over by an attorney to make sure it's correct. And just, we're not in a rush to do this. We want it done right before we approve it.
Other comments? I do have two. Supervisor Gertson talked about that the signatures that they were the appropriate people, if one of those, as that gentleman stated, is not, then they're not. So that's another thing that needs to be taken into consideration, and also evidently the Honaker land, which would help with the definition, the legal definition. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page, that we had all like 4 issues, not really 3 or 2 or whatever it was. So, all right, thank you. Yeah.
Would we care to clarify what those issues are that we want them to?
Well, yes, we should. Should we take a look first, or should we go ahead?
I think I think we have to talk about it now.
Okay, so-
During the motion.
Okay. Legal definition.
If we want to also refer to court counsel.
Sure.
In his, what, so
Yeah,
he can have discussions with the committee, the petitioners, to get everything in order that is needed.
I saw that.
I can certainly try to help facilitate. Again,
Yes.
this is not a county thing. This is-
Right.
The responsibility is on the petitioners.
Right.
But certainly I would work to facilitate the information the committee is looking for.
Right.
And so those things are that the signatures are actually the residents, that the property, the legal property is the legal property, whether or not it's
The legal
supposed to.
description.
Yeah, the legal description, whether or not it's supposed to include the channel.
And that bottom.
And, oh, yeah, and you have bottom property.
So I'm sorry, just, and I don't want to jump in here, but my understanding from the statute is that, and again, I'm happy to do more looking at this. I don't know, again, that there's going to be a lot of guidance in the statute as to what needs, quote unquote, to be included. I think there's a fair amount of discretion in the, on the part of the petitioners. Having said that, I don't believe that there is any ability for this committee to add additional properties to the petition.
Right.
Things can theoretically be eliminated from it, but I don't think we can expand the district as presented to the petitioners. So any talk about should X, Y, and Z have been included is kind of a moot point other than philosophical. It can't be added to the petition.
Well, my concern is that if they're excluding properties that should be in it, then is that legal?
Yeah.
You have to treat everyone the same. You can't pick and choose. If it's because it's for the benefit of the lake, then everyone that benefits from the lake should be paying for it, not just.
It doesn't pass the public welfare.
Right.
Standard.
And it may not pass the numbers statute.
Right. I don't think there's any numbers. Oh, right.
For the petition. For the petition.
Right.
Yeah, so depending on what's happening up there, if that legally needs to be, then it may not be.
And I don't, again, I'm not an attorney. This is just my understanding of it, but because, certain districts are just with riparian owners, and I know like the Village of Twin Lakes is non-riparian owners. I don't think the boundary of the district necessitates it has to be a riparian owner for riparian right.
That is my understanding.
Right.
As long as the properties included are reaping some benefit from,
Right.
from the efforts of the district.
And they're treated equally.
Right.
It's not like they're, you pick and choose kind of thing.
Right, right.
If I may, to counsel, so, and I think, I understood that, but the petitioner can come back and add the properties if we see that the properties benefited, standard is not met.
The petitioner would need to start over with a new
Oh,
petition.
start over, okay, and then you gotta have a new public hearing and everything, okay, good. And then, and that makes sense because all of the properties that are affected need.
Have to be noticed.
Yeah, I get that. So we're seeing properties that look like they are under this item 4 that were not included. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. And then maybe a property that possibly should be excluded.
It doesn't necessarily need to be.
Right.
So,
Positive.
one thing that comes to mind is if the board feels strongly that the channel properties need to be included, then I think we may, if that doesn't pass the public benefit test or
The properties benefit.
then do we need to table it for this to continue on, or do we?
Vote it down.
Right, I'm asking, if we table it, then things are continued
I
on.
would like to get, them to get a legal from an attorney. Like opinion from an attorney that they hire to see if those boundaries are okay. And meet the 4 points and the state statute.
I understand what you're saying, but I felt like for corporation counsel, he's like, that's for us to decide.
No, he said we can't ask. Yeah, we can't.
No, but we can decide whether the district is, meets the standard or not, right?
But we don't know because we don't have a legal description from someone saying that that's what.
That's my
it
understanding
should
as well.
be.
Until we
Right.
know what that legal description is, we can't judge it one way or the other.
Other than we have an image with the blue boundary line.
Right.
Yeah.
Alongside.
All I'm saying is that if we feel as a board that the district boundary does not meet the, does not.
But it's not based on our feeling, it's more like, did they follow state law?
That the public health, comfort, convenience, necessity, or public welfare are promoted by the establishment of the district. Those seem pretty open-ended, meaning like subjective, like do that. I don't know that there's a standard that we can use for that, is there, or?
No, but I was speaking to number 4. Because when I hear that point, the public health, that it's not just for specific people that they can pick, that they're doing this because they want in front of their house, in front of their property, nice and clean, that they have to treat everyone equal on the lake.
So even if it were just number 4, the lands, is it the lands to be included within the district will be benefited by the establishment? Is that your number 4?
Yes.
Okay. That 19 versus 20 has an impact on that we don't, that
Right.
we're saying it's 19, but then we're saying it's not, that it's 20. So
Except I think I understand the point, but I think that the petitioner is relying on the total real estate, not the number of
percent
signatures. So I don't know that 19 versus 20 matters in terms of changing the metric that they're using.
yeah, then I guess I'm.
To speak just briefly to the question of benefits, and I'm just gonna read from again, this is a publication that's put out, I think, by UW Extension on lake districts and the formation, et cetera. It says that Wisconsin courts have broadly interpreted benefit as in, does the land benefit from inclusion? In cases involving lake districts and sanitary districts, courts have held that where the lands proposed to be included within the district will benefit as a whole, the district can be formed. parcels of land need not be excluded because the owner objects to inclusion. It is also not required that each individual parcel of land be benefited or be located in the lake's watershed. The county board need not examine parcels individually. So I just put that forward. I'm not, again,
That answers the question. I don't think that answers the question.
it would like to be written by a lawyer
I know.
or possibly an academic, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it is gonna be extension.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, I would say instead of voting it down, let's give them a chance to give us more information. Yeah, I mean.
yeah, yeah, okay. All right, so that is the motion, to table it. And we'll keep it on our agenda, and as soon as they can bring it back, they will. The motion was made by Supervisor Decker and seconded by Supervisor Meadows. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Youth and governance. Aye. Ready?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Thank you so much. See you on.
Thank you, guys.
Betsy, Juniper.
I agree with you, Aaron. September 11th is the next meeting.
Thank you all for the hard work. You guys do this on a regular basis. Monthly, weekly. And you do a whole lot more than just what we saw here.
This was a particularly interesting one, though.
Well, I'm sure you get paid big bucks for this.
Compliments all the time.
Oh, never again, so.
Oh, never again. Yeah, never again. Big one. We're not done.
Wait, hold on. We have a presentation.
Presentation.
Oh.
For their.
Chair Brown.
Yeah.
I got so much.
And it's been a timely manner. Or can we
It
table
is a timely manner because the moratorium. ends
Yeah.
next month.
Right.
Let me see if they're still out there.
Four? Oh, okay.
Oops.
We're not, this is just a report.
Informational presentation.
It's no, we're not voting on anything.
Correct.
Okay. And
We're gonna learn about battery
you think governors can pay if they want?
Yeah, they've got this look on their face like, dear God, let me go.
You wanna hear the presentation? You wanna hear the
They
presentation?
can must hold it on the computer if they want later.
Stream later.
Yeah, yeah, the video later.
Yeah.
You can't, it'll be on video, yeah,
No,
yes.
blame.
Because we have some technical difficulties right about when you guys took your vote on the motion.
With that,
Yeah. Really? I think so. They probably went to sleep, you got here so long. Okay.
Eat that voice.
Oh, sweet. Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you.
so the your dreams.
They just made
Sleep for
a lecture for Conference too, all right?
Are they coming?
That's why they asking the $200.
The budget's determined, I understand what you're saying, the budget's determined by the committee once it gets us.
Right, but
You need to say it's gonna cost us $3,000 to get this survey done.
Oh.
Right,
I rushed home because,
Yeah.
like I said,
Showing up on
if
here.
you're.
Yeah, I'm sharing this.
Yes, yeah, you
Yeah, they show them people small.
Right.
Scott.
I think
Or-
you guys need this message
Speaking is because,
to get rid of that message.
Right, that's why as a group, like if you're a majority of the residents, if you don't want.
You don't want to.
You just.
Zero
Exactly, but that's the power that you have, as being part of the district, and if you're the majority, then you just, nope, I don't want it.
Your point about like, but figure out how, who's getting the vote, are you getting one vote per property? Or are you getting, that was 4 votes, so anybody over 18?
If you don't operate because it's your resident.
No, you don't,
Or
nope, property, my property.
If that's the statutes or
That's how,
a bylaw.
As
that's how it's done in the village of Twin Lakes.
They can make a
People that
bylaw.
live-
They can make a bylaw that it's only.
I don't think so, I think it's by property. Each property gets.
But there are things.
Well, again, I understand what you're saying about the means and the helping. But you.
You got something really left.
Let's go.
We're all in favor of this.
So we have all of Nebraska here, and I have the PowerPoint up. You can just tell me when to advance the slide of whoever's looking.
Sure.
Yeah.
I do want to apologize for the late hour. It was not in my plan.
Yeah, they did not anticipate it.
Just have to figure out what's still open for dinner.
Dinner, oh, what's that?
So I guess it's really this is a presentation.
Sure.
And so this is on our agenda, and so it's up to you for your presentation, which we have.
So good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us here tonight. I'm glad Andy invited us a few weeks ago when we were able to have a team come out and explain battery storage from a more global perspective, demand technology, and most importantly, safety, because I know that's what folks are really interested in. And before I start, I'll introduce the team. My name is Mark Creasos. I'm a project developer for Tenaska. Fred, good to talk to you. This is Blair Devon. Blair is the project manager. And more importantly, or as importantly, Blair is our subject matter expert on all things battery storage. Blair has great experience in battery storage, and he'll be here tonight to answer any of the technical questions you all have at this point this evening. Scott McPherson is our community engagement consultant for Aileron, and also David Jakubiak is also with Aileron, helping us in both community engagement, public and community affairs. And I think you all know our friend out back.
Taking forward again with Michael Best Strategy.
Yes. And so what we thought we'd do tonight, Andy, is we talk again in general terms about battery storage, the need for battery storage, both from the United States perspective, and then we'll drill down to Kenosha County. And then we'll segue over to the technical side of battery storage, which is very important to understand. And that's where Blair will take over. So if you could be so kind to talk so quickly, the agenda, I think I talked about it. We're going to talk a little bit about Tenaska because I think it's important that you understand who we are. I'm going to talk a little bit about battery storage, why and now, and then we'll, as I mentioned, turn it over to Blair for technology and battery safety. And then more importantly, we'll have time for questions. We want to make sure there's ample time for questions. So next. So I think you can skip that one. We talked about that. Next. A little bit about Tenaska. Tenaska is headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska. It's a 35-year-old company, an engineering and energy company. Started its way out as basically in the fossil industry, fossil power plants, other types of chemical processes. It's constantly ranked by Forbes magazine as one of the largest privately held companies in the United States. And it's consistently many times been deemed the best managed company. As far as development, management, and operation, 22 gigawatts of generation representing over $20 billion in investment. And to give you a perspective of some of the sizing of what we're going to talk about battery storage, kind of our average size is 200 megawatts. So 22,000 megawatts versus 200. So it's a big portfolio. And then specifically in this region, across the United States, we have 8,000 megawatts in development in 10 states. So the battery storage initiative is going across the United States, all the way to California and then concentrating here in the Midwest. Next. So this is just, I want to just give a perspective of the United States electricity grid and its issues. And clearly you'll see that in this, that the United States, North America Electric Reliability Council is the group that's responsible to keep the grid healthy and power flowing across the United States and Canada. And really what I want to represent here is if you look at the MISO, which is the Midwest Independent System Operator, who's responsible for operating and maintaining reliability in the Midwest, you can clearly see there's a high risk there. Shortfalls at normal peak conditions. So what they've published basically is saying that even during normal times, not even elevated times of high use, there might be a risk of outages. And again, the question there was, why is it happening? And many reasons, but fundamentally, the first reason is that power plants are aging and closing. Coal plants are old and closing. Even fossil plants are cold and closing. And so and not enough new plants are coming online. So there's a dynamic that's happening. There's an imbalance basically, and the imbalance is most prevalent in the MISO region. Basically because in MISO, the coal plants that have been the stalwart of generation for the last 40 years are getting to be very old, and they become very inefficient, and they're not being replaced. The investment for a coal plant or a fossil gas-fired plant is a very large investment. So next slide, please. And this is, again, this is the reason electricity the last 20 years has been relatively flat. But now up to 2040, look at the projections there, and the needs are really coming up for generation. Many reasons, but the first one is, we read about data centers and AI. Those use tremendous amounts of energy. A data center is 24/7, 99.99 required reliability, uses a ton of energy. Fortunately, we're bringing onshore more manufacturing. There's some big plants coming online for many different industries. And then finally, people have electric cars. They're using heat pumps at home. So the dynamic has changed in the last 20 years. And as you can see by this, the projection is that, by 2040, it's almost twice as much electricity as we're generating now across the United States. Next slide. And then kind of as I mentioned, bringing it back to Kenosha County, there's a lot of things going on in the county, and prevalently Pleasant Prairie Power closing. Or is it closed now, or it's closed now? It's gone. And that's, I believe, almost 1,500 megawatts or something. That's a tremendous amount of power to try to replace. Then there's been some nice advancements with different manufacturers and companies coming in. And then of course, we had a nice discussion with the chief today, and Paris solar and battery storage farms coming online. So the dynamic is really moving in the right direction. And battery storage, as Blair will tell you, fits a nice niche that is required as we have renewables coming online. Next. And then just from a perspective of an example, that's what I think is very interesting. In Texas, you guys maybe recall a couple of years ago, there was a very cold weather event that basically froze all the combined cycle plants. And Texas is what's called an island. It has no way to import power from Oklahoma or adjacent states. It has its own network. That was looked at. And then after that, a year later, battery storage became a method to kind of stop that type of issue. And in September of 2023, a heat wave came along, and 2,000 megawatts of battery storage came instantly online. So in the event, and that avoided power outages, because the nice thing about battery storage is that it's instantaneous. So as soon as you signal the battery, it's 200 megawatts online. Unlike some other plants, you hear about things called peaking plants, maybe they're gas-fired peaking plants. Those take 20 to 30 minutes to go online. They take a lot of time to start their jet engines. They take a lot of time to warm up. So this method is to avoid these, when there's a spike in demand and there's an issue with the generation, energy storage would fit that niche nicely. And so that's just a good example, I think. And also it saved ratepayers money, because what happens in battery storage is during times when perhaps the wind is really howling and it's very sunny and there's excess power, that would go to fill the batteries at a reasonable cost. And then at night, when power is really low, there's no demand, that would be another opportunity to fill the batteries. And then that dispatch the next day during like 5 o'clock, everyone comes home, you turn your AC on, you put all the lights on, that battery could then discharge, and for 4 hours, you would have 200 megawatts on the line. And then kind of demand goes down, people, go to bed at night, whatever. The demand goes down, battery goes off, fills up that night, and the same thing happens the next day. So it's a very effective way to balance the market. And that's what we're trying to achieve with our battery storage projects. So I guess, Blair, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. So what you're seeing here is a typical utility scale battery energy storage facility. So those white boxes there in the center of the picture, those are the battery energy storage enclosures. The circular discs on the top, those are the fans that are part of the HVAC system. Each enclosure has its own HVAC system that keeps the batteries at around room temperature. And so, as Mark said, these batteries, they charge and discharge from the grid. So in the very back of the image there, you see the project substation. And then in that top left corner, you'll see the transmission lines, basically power going to and from the grid. And then on the site itself, power is routed underground from those battery storage enclosures to the project substation. We don't typically do that with upground lines. And then those boxes on the sides of the enclosures, those are what we call medium voltage transformers. There's also inverters on these projects. So the batteries store the power DC, so then we'll convert it to AC power, step the voltage up typically to 34.5 kV, route that power underground to the project substation, and then step that up to transmission voltage. And so these projects, they don't generate power. We'll pull power from the grid when there's power readily available, and then discharge it back onto the grid when it's needed. Next slide. All right, so battery energy storage projects are safe for the communities that they're installed in. No member of the public has ever been injured by a safety event at one of these facilities. And there's a lot of them. There's currently over 20 gigawatts of battery energy storage projects operating here in the US. The number is growing quite rapidly now. So I would say 400 or 500. The numbers we get are always like 12 to 18 months out of date. So it's hard to give an exact number, but I would say 400 to 500 projects. And these projects are built to comply with rigorous safety and electrical codes and standards. The power industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries here in the US, which is a testament to why we have such a good safety record. And these projects, they coordinate with the local AHJ, the first responders, fire departments, and they provide training to make sure that first responders understand the hazards and how they can safely respond to any foreseeable event at one of these projects. And so as part of that, they'll do what's called a hazard mitigation analysis and develop an emergency response plan. And those are required per NFPA 55, which is one of those key codes and standards that's used in our industry. And then safety testing is required for all the battery energy storage equipment. One of the key tests that we do is under one of the codes, it's UL 9540A, where they'll take a battery cell and they'll destructively test it, which means they'll put a heater on it and force it into the thermal runaway and basically make it catch fire. They'll do that at the cell level, and then they'll do that at the module level, and then they'll do that at the unit level and collect data on all that. And then that's all shared with first responders and is put in as part of those HMA documents to make sure that, again, any kind of foreseeable safety event is well understood and well planned for. And then each one of those enclosures has what's called a battery management system, which is essentially the brain or the computer. And that operates independent of like a remote operator control. If it detects any kind of anomaly, if a battery's too hot, if there's too much voltage, if there's too much current, it'll automatically, without operator intervention, electrically isolate that portion of the system. So we call the BMS our first line of defense. It'll stop most problems before they ever become a real problem. You'll electrically isolate it, and then that'll notify the operators, which then can have a technician go out and diagnose the issue. And then these projects are operated 24/7, and we'll typically do that via a remote operations center. Folks that may be operating multiple plants at a time that are specially trained in how to operate battery storage projects. And then all the projects for NFPA 855 are required to have decommissioning plans to safely remove the project at the end of its useful life, which is typically 20 to 30 years.
And just for the committee, NFPA stands for?
Yeah, the National Fire Protection Association. So this chart here shows that battery projects have gotten significantly safer here in the last 5 years. There's been a 97% drop in grids in those utility scale battery energy storage failure through safety events between 2018 and 2023. So that orange line is the failure rate in a percent. And then that blue line that arcs up on the right, that's showing cumulative deployment. So you've got essentially exponential growth in battery energy storage. And then here in recent years, the number of incidents per year in 2020 was 4, and then 11 in 2021, 12 in 2022, 15 in 2023. But the number of projects has essentially increased exponentially. So again, a lot of that is, you go back to 2017, 2016, when some of these first projects were coming online, those codes and standards didn't actually exist yet. There wasn't a lot of thought given to the safety aspects of those facilities. There was a huge push to bring those projects up into, these newly developed codes. And so that's why you've seen such a steep decrease in that line, essentially those codes being brought online, and now we have those codes in place. But even such, when there were those safety events, again, nobody from the general public has been injured by one of these events. Typically, all the hazards are limited generally within the project fence, or very little beyond that. So here again, this NFPA 855, that's kind of the gold standard right now in battery energy storage codes and standards. And so what that requires, there's a number of documents in there listed out here is that we have to provide to the HJ, O&M manuals, commissioning plans, commissioning report, emergency response training, emergency response plan, hazard mitigation analysis, and decommissioning plan. So to go through some of that, like on the commissioning plan, you can have this great battery management system, but that system isn't going to do very well for you if you don't properly commission it. And so there'll be a plan in place to show how that system is going to be brought online and be confirmed to be functioning properly. And then the commissioning report is the test results showing that, hey, after all the systems were commissioned, we did commissioning testing, proving out that we actually did what we said we were going to do and brought all these systems online and they're all up and operational. And then the emergency response training, that's done for the first responders before any of the equipment's brought onto site, and then it's repeated annually thereafter. And then the hazard mitigation analysis. So that looks at any kind of foreseeable safety event, and that's part of that training as well as the emergency response plan. And then again, decommissioning plan to show how at the end of the useful life, the project will be safely decommissioned and put back to its original state. And then setbacks are also part of that. The setbacks in the NFP 855 are, they're gonna be safe distances between the enclosures to make sure you don't have propagation from one enclosure to the next. And then you also have, distances for access and egress to make sure if there's any kind of event, folks can get out of the site safely. And then these sites have to be secured from, unauthorized access, so they'll be gated and fenced and monitored typically with video surveillance. And let's see, the last one, yeah, there's other requirements within NFP 855 for like the HVAC system and then the ventilation requirements, and then also requirements on the battery management system.
So I guess we really wanted to take time to listen to your questions after kind of our presentation. So I guess we're here to answer questions. So anyone has any specifics? So yes.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. This is educational. Don't look to me.
Yep.
The chairperson, so.
Yeah.
What does a typical site plan look like and what is the typical size of the battery, or battery storage system?
Yeah, so sites I would say can be as small as one, what we call battery storage enclosure. Or if it's like a utility scale project, you're gonna have several hundred, potentially like 100 to maybe 300 or more of these enclosures on site. I would say that the enclosures can range in size a little bit, but they're typically about 9.5 feet tall, 8 foot wide, and then 20 to 40 feet long. If you get much bigger than that, then you get into shipping issues. There are some projects that are built with what's called an indoor enclosure, but most of them are these outdoor rated enclosures that are essentially the size of a shipping container.
So what would be a typical utility grade size? I understand there's probably a range, but,
You speak, you have a specific project there. Working on potentially in Wheatland. So
I'm just wondering about size, acreage and,
Yeah,
is it up?
I would say that
2 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres, 50 acres.
The Wheatland project is what, 12 acres or something? The active part of the facility would be plus or minus 10 or 12 acres. I think and that would be for about a 200 megawatt size site. The Two Rivers is smaller. Two Rivers is 150 megawatts and we're doing it on about 10 acres. Yeah, about 10 acres. So it does vary in size a bit, but I would say an average size project would be between 10 and 20 acres. And of that, it would be a certain percentage used for the actual equipment. And then, of course, the other ancillary requirements such as a retention pond, roadways, et cetera, would be then included in that calculation.
And for like a typical 4-hour project, that's, I would say, 2 hour to 4 hour is pretty standard, but you'd be looking at about like, that's a 200 megawatt 4-hour project. Each one of those white enclosures there, that's like one of the larger enclosures. Some enclosures could be a bit smaller, but on a larger one, I mean, if you just wanted to run some rough math and say 1 enclosure per megawatt, that would be about right.
Yeah.
Now you're talking the enclosures like what we're seeing there front and center, it looks like a cluster of 4 of them.
That is a cluster of 4. That's correct.
Okay, so you said 100 of them, so there would be 20 of those clusters. Then is that
25? Yeah.
25? Okay. And then, are there? I mean, obviously, we're thinking about writing code for this. So I think about what's the setbacks, what's the, safe distance, for the public, stuff like that. Some things that I think about are like, you have a substation. Well, they just have basically a fence around there with the razor wire on the top and stuff, a little unsightly, things like that. So it's like, how do we, potentially make this look better? What have you been seeing? Have you talked with Andy at all about what some of those requirements are? So I'm just trying to think food for thought for as committee members, what do we want to see in an ordinance?
So the fencing, that's, as Blair said, fencing is just a specific requirement of the National Electric Code based on the potential hazard in people, not smart people, trying to get into the site. Now, there are also buffering and vegetative options to buffer the site from the adjoining non-participating neighbor, let's say, or neighbors. So there's many options. There's fence slats available. I mean, we've done a whole bunch of different things across the fleet to help minimize the visual impact of the project.
We just got done having a whole discussion on decibels. I'm looking at a whole lot of air conditioning units.
Yeah.
What is the sound like on something like this? You've got 25
Yeah.
air conditioning units.
So that is that is the primary noise that comes off the site. It's from the HVAC system. It's going to be similar to a commercial HVAC system. Near field for one enclosure, you're usually looking at like 75 to maybe as high as 85 decibels per enclosure.
Near field is like 3 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. So going back to our cabaret license. Was 65 decibels, if I remember right. So I mean, like
The property.
at the property line, yeah, so it's like,
Yeah.
just trying to figure out what the sound.
So yeah, is that per unit?
You'd probably be at the property line, like on a project like this, you'd probably be at about maybe 70 or so, give or take a little bit, because it's noise is weird, it's site specific, and then it's gonna be technology specific, it's gonna depend on the terrain, but I mean, if you said like 70 plus or minus, I mean, that's probably what it's gonna be if you've got like, say, the 40-foot setback or from the fence line, like in the image here.
Are there, from what I understand, the one in Wheatland is more in a rural area, but once you get into a more urban area, what are some of the requirements, or is there any standards for being close to residential property or anything like that? I mean, that's all stuff that I know we're gonna be thinking about, or if we haven't already.
Yeah, I would say that there's no battery code that addresses any kind of, residence versus like whether it's rural or whether it's urban. The codes are all looking at like, setback distances from nearby exposures, access egress. So I mean, that's going to be like on a community by community basis decision, I would say, but.
What noise comes from there? Fans blowing, buzzing, what?
It's gonna sound like if you've heard a commercial HVAC, it's gonna be loud.
It's the,
Sound like
It's
that.
the fans,
It's
not,
basically the way
it's not like a humming that comes from other things, or the blowing.
It's a lot louder than your air conditioner at home. If you go to a warehouse and you hear those big.
Yes,
That's gonna be blowing loud.
okay. What kind of heat is coming off of these things?
Yeah, it's in terms of like whether it would impact the neighborhood in terms of making it warmer. It's not that much of a load that you notice any kind of impact.
Okay. We discussed setbacks, and I know where the project on Highway 50, or in Wheatland is. What is the setback going to be from Highway 50 on for the area?
I think that we originally had talked to the landowner, and we pushed the plant away from Highway 50 and also as tight as we could to the ATC substation. So Andy, we talked about this, I think, one of the first, or second, or third meeting. And Andy made a recommendation to try to keep it off Highway 50. And then because you want to get it as close to that substation, we moved it directionally that way also. So its access will not be from Highway 50. Right, which we didn't want to do, that was not on the table.
And the thing, just for the committee, we didn't really want to get into site specific
Right,
yet.
right.
Because we don't have an application of everything, but I mean, I know that you have some thoughts to
Yeah.
think through and kind of connect.
So setbacks is in the ordinance or will be?
Setbacks are in the ordinance, yes,
Yeah.
right.
How about emergency vehicle access? How that goes, will that be in the ordinance?
Access to the site is required.
Well, standards for emergency vehicles, not just like a.
With all our projects, that we consult with the fire chief to understand what required turning radius is to be needed. And then we design the roadways around that need.
Okay, is that in the ordinance that?
It's
You know-
part of the emergency
It would be.
management plan.
It would be, yeah.
Okay,
The ordinance is gonna require a hazard mitigation plan and the emergency response plan.
okay,
And those are all site specific and equipment specific.
okay. How about a reclamation plan?
That's the decommissioning,
Okay,
correct?
that's gonna be in there also?
Correct.
Okay. For now.
How is this assessed in tax? You know how this property, I mean, is it a commercial, is it a commercial
Industrial?
development, industrial, is it subject to the, our manufacturing exemption, or is it assessed like a warehouse?
Well, presently, the site is, if I'm not mistaken, A1. And in the state of Wisconsin now, there has been some activity on how to properly assess and pay the host communities and the host counties. And that is right now kind of being thrown around. I don't know, it's really not part of it would not be, I don't think, part of the ordinance. It would be more of an agreement between the developer and the host community. And there's a lot of new information going back and forth now about utility payments and things that really is up in the air. But I mean, the commitment for any of our projects is that we will work with the host community to make sure that they are make sure that the tax structure is fair and reasonable.
So I know what you're trying to do is answer, but I think the answer is we don't know, right?
It's very uncertain now.
That's unfair. I don't want to be unfair to you, but I mean, that's critically important. I mean, you know, the general rule of thumb with our utilities is they're exempt from taxes, but then they pay a utility tax. And it doesn't make us completely whole. I don't know how much it costs to build one of these, if it's $500 million or $250 million. I don't have an idea what the one you're looking at is. But and then a lot of time it's revenue based, how much revenue do you generate off the thing? And, but that's a critically important item, and I don't know how we address that.
Well, I can comment some. So there have been discussions on that, and as Mark has indicated, the state of Wisconsin is trying to talk through and look at how to address that from a legislative standpoint. In the absence of having that, we do have in the ordinance means to address that through joint development agreement. And we also are putting in a condition that when the state does come up with a way to do it, that it reverts to that. And if the state ever changes that plan, that there's a mechanism to still allow it to occur.
All right.
So we're trying to build something both pre and then during and post.
All right. And it sounds like you're also looking at providing safety equipment and other emergency response resources to the community. Maybe another thing that I remember hearing discussed.
Yeah, yes.
I'm looking at this battery energy storage map that you put up. Why now? North America's electric reliability. And there's a little notch right where we are that says we are normal risk, so that's good news. And somehow this part where We Energies was, and maybe a little beyond that, for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer, but that's interesting.
But it seems shameful that we have huge swaths of our country, the Midwest, being high risk, and then almost the entire western part of our country being elevated risk. How did we let it come to this? That just seems irresponsible. It's really disappointing that we, on an energy basis, let ourselves get to this. It's frustrating, and I feel like talking more about it.
Well, I think we can solve it with a little more conversation.
You can contact them later, maybe.
Mark's got a long history in the energy industry, so you can
Well,
talk.
I think it has to do with many things. The first thing is the investment and the time it takes, as an example, nuclear power. Right, there's been one nuclear power plant finally online in Georgia Power. It was 7 years late, and I think it was about $10 billion over budget. So you can't build a nuclear power plant on time and on schedule.
Yeah.
No one's building coal plants anymore. And it's just an investment. It's a very expensive investment. People don't want coal plants anymore. That's the fact. Gas-fired plants are very good. They're very efficient, but it's a very high number of investment. And with renewables coming online, the battery issue is kind of the stopgap of, if we're gonna have all these renewables, we better do something with the excess power. Well, we'll dump them into the batteries in theory, but you're right. I mean, the infrastructure in the United States has not been addressed for 20 years.
You're an expert on this. How much has federal policy got us into this pickle?
Oh gosh, I wouldn't be able to answer that. It's just a combination of aged plants, retiring, very bad infrastructure. The network, the transmission network is old and aging. And investments, although utilities are allowed to recoup for their revenue to say build a new transmission line, it's still not happening.
I mean, these utility stocks are always, from a finance, they're always considered safe, reliable, low volatility.
Yeah.
And then you look at this and it's and also they're able to make money and still build $1 billion power generation. And they could pick their poison, but they could make money. They're regulated by the state. But people bought their stock. They were able to make their dividends. They always worked. And now here we are today. And then I guess the last thing I'll say is if I look on your website, would I see more information like a map of where your sites are and a bunch of other stuff?
We would, if you looked at our Conestoga website, you'd see a map of where our existing facilities are that are currently operational, that we own and operate. So you'd see, we've got like eight gas plants that we own and operate. We've got 2 solar farms and 2 wind farms that are Conestoga owned and
I'll
operated.
take a look at the website.
I do have a couple of questions. Still be.
But I yield.
Okay, how long does a battery energy storage system last? Like how many years? How many years?
Yeah, 20 years is the typical life. I would say 15 to 30, with 20 probably being a pretty good average.
And then what happens?
So
I
then that's
know
the
it's a
decommissioning.
couple, because I know there's decommissioning and all of that, but I mean, like, are we gonna see landfills that bring big train cars in them and?
Well, I have to throw something in, So, I don't know if people know this, but the car batteries, that has batteries, 99% of them are recycled. So this industry, what I read, is going to recycle those materials and put them back into the system. Those materials that store the power. Right, why are you laughing at me? And you're,
Blair's looking at you like, okay.
No, that's definitely the goal and,
That's the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal.
it's a new enough industry that, you know, these last for 20 years and we're not a 20-year-old industry. So we don't have a robust decommissioning market yet, but it's all, in theory, these will be recycled.
In 15 years, you will.
Well, it'll be probably sooner than that, but
Hopefully.
yeah.
there are companies going into this business.
Yeah.
Recycling.
Yeah, so that's the plan, is that they'll be recycled. But we can't give you a ton of details on it today because, what that's gonna look like when these original facilities, start being decommissioned is still kind of being fleshed out, but that's certainly the goal. There's a lot of valuable material and you know right where it's at, so it makes sense to go back and get it and reuse it.
Any other questions?
What's our timing for bringing this through the committee?
So the ordinance is intent to bring next month. We have to complete the ordinance by November because of the moratorium. So where our intent is to bring it in September. If there are any issues, we have October, and then we still obviously have to go to the county board, and then we would be completed by November.
Well, it's not just gonna be an exposure draft, you're bringing it in for possible approval. That's
Correct.
in September.
Correct.
Which we will go over predominantly at the work session.
Well, correct.
Okay.
Did we get outside counsel for this,
For review of the ordinance.
for developing this policy? Did we use,
We're not, I mean, we're working with Corp Council.
all right,
And we have assistance from Tenasca, their council. We've consulted with like Two Rivers. We've obtained ordinances from other communities.
all right.
Yeah, so we've done all that. It's just like what we did with the solar. And we did that all in-house and we researched out with other communities on what was happening.
All right, that's it.
How long does it take to build one, start to finish, once you break ground?
About 12 months. 15 months.
And most of the,
12
Year.
to 16.
12 to 16
There's a
months,
range.
about a year-ish.
Yeah, a year and a half.
Yeah, and the folks who will be working on the site will be skilled electricians. So it's it's not, you have to have a certain skill base to assemble and to connect all the electrical components.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it again. Thanks for waiting for such a long time. We didn't anticipate. We didn't even learn that there were issues with the other items until last Friday. And we didn't know how big they were going to be until we got into the meeting.
And Andy, is it, just a question, we talked about this, will that draft be released for review to a certain group of stakeholders?
Yes, and so our intent, as we had on the call, I think we were waiting to get some insurance
We're
information
still
back.
working, we're digging that out, Jared's
Yep.
digging that out.
And then once we had that, we were gonna make that amendment, although I think we talked potentially about maybe sending it out as a draft. Yeah, yeah. So then I could send that out tomorrow. I mean, again, it's a draft. There's a couple areas that we still wanted to work with.
No, we're working on the insurance, we're just digging through that now.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So then we have approval of the minutes.
Seconded by Supervisor Dapper, seconded by Supervisor Burton. Any discussion? All in favor?
Can't see it, our quality.
Did Citizens' comments,
Any citizen comments, any citizens?
no comments?
Any citizens?
Second.
I mean, we do have a meeting in September, we do have items, and we do have the potential of the best ordinance. So I guess that would be an adjournment.
Right over here.
Aaron motion, I second it.
Thank you.